Quick audio test. Check 1, 2. Awesome. Video's going. Okay. I think we're good now.
Awesome.
Is this your presentation?
No. There's the other one's open.
Is it that one?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else that you need to accomplish, Mr. Tyler?
So yeah, the lapel mics. Oh yeah, there's one.
He's got one on. That's the extra
Second one. Okay, cool. All right.
With that clicker, it's like you're going to be going down through the presentation.
Yeah. Oh,
Down,
okay.
down on the
Good.
clicker progress.
Yeah, that's a good way to think
Luckily-
about it.
Luckily he did it yesterday, so
I'm sorry.
hopefully.
But yeah, I got it.
Remember.
I needed some help yesterday.
We had some problems with everyone yesterday on lapel. So, is that muted for now? There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to session 2 or session 4, second part 2 of the Day of the Judges annual meeting. There is donuts and coffee in the back upstairs if you'd like to grab that if you haven't yet. And so for the first talk, first of all, I have to remind everyone to sign in, please. Sign in at the front. And if you're online, you don't have to do anything. CLE, the code that we're going to give you is, that's easy, 1776. Can't forget that number. That's easy. 1776 CLE for lawyers and also judges. Please record that number for session 4, which you 5, which would you need to submit for CLE and judicial credit later. For CME, again, I would like to clarify, you just have to sign in if you're in person, and if you're online, you will it will be registered already based on your login status. So first up today, first speaker, you recall Dr. Kelly from yesterday. In today's talk, he will talk about pain management in 2023, non-opioids, cannabis, terpenes, flavonoids, and opioids. Please welcome Dr. Kelly.
Good morning. I am standing in for Dr. Sandy Sambar, He was going to talk about terpenes, but he asked me to give this lecture on pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics of cannabis. And I apologize, I have a little bit of a sore throat, probably all the travel in the dry air. So I apologize if I have a scratchy voice. So we all know about cannabis. It's not working. Tyler? This right, this one, correct? Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. There we go. Okay. I think looking through at the crowd, most of us were alive in the 60s and 70s, so we know about cannabis, more commonly known as marijuana, Mary Jane, weed, the grass, pot, dope, reefer, tumbleweed, Maui Wowie, devil's lettuce, green goddess, Cincinnati, and it has a bunch of other names, but they were very popular. It's actually the most widely used illicit drug around the world. Approximately 192 million people use marijuana around the world, so it is the most commonly used drug. It's also highly controversial. We see it here in the United States. It's a Schedule I drug, which means it has no useful purpose, and yet it's legal in many states. It's also a drug that's difficult to classify because when you smoke it, it's very sedating. So it's a sedative like a barbiturate, and higher doses will actually alter perception, particularly perception of pain. But unlike a barbiturate, it doesn't produce anesthesia, and you don't get, it doesn't have toxicity, and people don't die when they have high doses. And it doesn't seem to have any cross tolerance with any other drugs, and therefore it must have unique binding sites that other drugs don't bind to. So it is in its own mysterious class of drug. So there are three types of cannabis plants. There's the cannabis sativa, which is probably the one that we know most commonly here in the United States. It grows fairly tall, it's very leafy, and it's the leaves that are smoked. There's cannabis indica. This is found mostly in India. It's a shorter plant, but has a higher THC content. And then there's cannabis ruderalis, which is grown in Northern Europe and Asia, and it has lower potency than the other two. The cannabis plant does not self-pollinate, so therefore there is a male plant and there's a female plant. And the female plant exudes this tarry substance so that the pollen from the male plant will bind to this tarry substance in order to pollinate it. So as far as its chemistry, we always think of marijuana as THC, but really there are almost 500 different compounds in 18 different classes in marijuana. THC is a phytocannabinoid. Phyto meaning plant, cannabinoid being the class of drug that it's in. And there are over 70 different phytocannabinoids, and we only know THC and CBD. So this is THC, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. It has a concentration in plants somewhere between 10 and 30%. Of course, marijuana over the years has been cross-pollinated to increase the concentration of THC. So sometimes it goes as high as 30%. Cannabidiol is actually the thing that we like to think about for pain control and sedation. It has no psychotropic properties and is found in lesser amounts than THC. THC exists as an inactive monocarboxylic acid in cannabis, and therefore we have to heat it up. We have to smoke it. We have to somehow heat it up in order to decarboxylate it and go from the inactive substance to the active THC. It's stable in terms of its, it doesn't degrade easily. You can wrap it in aluminum foil, put it in your freezer, and it'll last for many, many months. The pharmacokinetics of cannabis. So what is pharmacokinetics? What is pharmacodynamics? Pharmacokinetics is what happens to the drug. How do you get the drug into the body? How do you get it out of the body? So if you start in the upper, I don't have a pointer here that will show, but if you start in the upper left, you take the dose of the drug and you ingest it in some way, and then it has some concentration in the body. It gets distributed around, acts in some way, and then gets metabolized and eliminated. That's pharmacokinetics. Pharmacodynamics is what does it do to the body? Is it toxic? What is its efficacy, and what is its pharmacologic effect? So we're going to talk about pharmacokinetics and then pharmacodynamics. So first, we have to get into the body, right? So that's what we call absorption. So we just talked about how we have to take the THC, we have to heat it up in order to form the active formulation. So this most commonly inhaled. So we burn it and then inhale it, either smoking a joint or using, as this young lady is demonstrating, using a bong. Now you have to heat it up to 120 degrees C, so it's very hot. So what bongs do, as this woman is demonstrating, she lights the leaves, inhales it, and then it goes through a water bath in order to cool it down before she brings it into her lungs. About 25% of the THC is absorbed and delivered into the systemic circulation when it's inhaled. It's very rapid. It goes from the lungs into the bloodstream quite rapidly, and the psychotropic effect happens within seconds to minutes. It has higher blood levels initially than orally. Orally takes much longer, so most people prefer to smoke it. And also its pharmacodynamic effect is shorter than oral administration. Absorption of THC depends upon how deep a breath they take, how much they inhale, how long they hold it in, and the puff duration. Another way to get into the body is by vaping. Vaping is shorthand for vaporization. So they take the THC, they heat it up, they infuse it into oil, and then the oil is vaporized and inhaled. Again, just like smoking, it is rapidly delivered into the circulation, and the psychopharmacologic effect happens within seconds to minutes. It has the advantage that it doesn't have all the tars of smoking it. You don't get the carbon monoxide or the aromatic hydrocarbons that you would if you were to smoke it directly. But we haven't studied it well. There have been people who have been admitted to the emergency department who have been vaporized using oils that had vitamin E in it, and it caused some toxicity in lungs. So this is an area that still is ripe for study. You can also eat it, but you have to heat it first, right, to activate the THC. So they bake it in cookies or in brownies. They heat it up in oils. They make butters out of it. You can have tea. So there's many ways to do it. But this form of absorption is much slower and much more unreliable than smoking it. It has lower bioavailability because it goes into the stomach and then it goes to the liver for a first pass effect. So the amount that is actually available to the body is much less. So the peak levels of the cannabis is much lower, and the systemic availability is only about 4 to 5% versus 25% for the smoked version. Onset is slower, whereas when you smoke it, it comes on in seconds. When you eat it, peak plasma concentration can be up to an hour or two. There are also synthetic THCs on the market. Marinol was very popular during the AIDS crisis because it stimulates the appetite and helps treat nausea and vomiting. Again, it's just like eating the cookies or brownies. They also will have a first pass effect in the liver, and also the delayed onset of an hour or two. And systemic availability is down to about 10 to 20%. So if you compare these, the absorption of 3 different ways that it can get into the body, back when this study was done, they actually took the THC and made it into intravenous form. It's not readily available that way, but they found, and that's the dashed line, the short dashed line, they found that the absorption intravenously was almost instantaneous, and then smoked was the second. You get slightly lower peak effect, but very, very rapid. And then the solid line is oral administration, that you eat it, you may not feel like anything's happening, but then over time it actually comes on. And actually that could be quite dangerous, because somebody may go to a party and say, well, I want to get high and I will eat a brownie. And they go, well, nothing's happening. They'll eat another brownie, and then nothing's happening. I'll eat another brownie. And then an hour later, they are very, very high. There is also a form that you can actually administer under your tongue. It's called Sativex, and it's two studies out there have shown that it's been very effective in the treatment of sleep apnea. They have fewer waking up episodes through the night when they use this sativa. But the absorption is highly variable, and the blood levels are much lower than either oral consumption or inhaling. There are creams out there and ointments that you put on your skin, but this is a very, very ineffective way to get the THC absorbed into the body, because the THC is hydrophobic and the skin will not let it cross. So the aqueous layer of the skin prevents it from crossing. So they do have it out there, but it's not very effective. Okay, so we talked about absorption as far as pharmacokinetics. Now let's talk about distribution. So we've got it into the body. Where does it go? So we're distributing it into the tissues. Well, first of all, it goes into the bloodstream. If you inhale it, it goes into the lungs and gets absorbed into the bloodstream. If you eat it, it goes into the gets absorbed, and goes through a first pass effect through the liver, and then is in the bloodstream. It gets distributed first into the blood, and then it goes to the brain, which is highly hydrophilic, and then it goes to high perfusion tissues like the heart, the liver, the kidneys, and then it goes to low perfusion tissues like like muscles, and then finally it gets absorbed in fat. Now the fat actually acts as a storage depot for the cannabis, the THC, and therefore people that smoke it chronically will actually have levels that are detectable for long periods of time. Protein binding is about 97%. Okay, so how is it eliminated? So we've got it in, we distribute it, and now it needs to be metabolized and eliminated. So it's metabolized in the liver using the cyclone P450 system. And also, depending on its route of administration, it gets metabolized differently. There are inactive metabolites as well as active metabolites. There have been over 100 metabolites that have been identified and then usually excreted in the liver, in the urine. Body fat does make a difference, since it's a storage depot for THC. That people who have higher body fats, it takes longer for them to eliminate it. So if you're going for a urine drug test for a job and they're chronic smokers, it may take several weeks for it to be undetectable. So on this graph, the body fat is on the x-axis and the time to clear in days is on the y-axis. And you can see as the body fat goes up, it takes longer for the THC to clear because it's stored in the fat. And you can see, compared to other drugs, the first line is single-use marijuana. It's in the blood, in the urine for 1 to 7 days, but clears the bloodstream in about 24 hours. If they're regular or chronic users, it can take up to 100 days to clear it in the urine, and about a week to clear it in the bloodstream, depending on the test. Compared to amphetamines, you can detect in the urine for up to 3 days, cocaine as well, heroin up to 4 days, and PCP up to 7 days. CBD has similar pharmacokinetics to THC. CBD is what we use for, or we have been doing research on, for pain control. Its distribution and systemic bioavailability are very similar to THC. Okay, let's talk about pharmacodynamics. How much time do I have? Okay, good. Good. Okay, so now we talked about what happens, pharmacokinetics, absorption, distribution, and elimination. Now we'll talk about pharmacodynamics. What happens, what does this drug do to the body? Okay, so it goes in and binds to a receptor on the cell membrane. So you can think of it like a parking meter, right? The old parking meters, you could put a quarter in, but you couldn't put a dime in, you couldn't put a penny in. That's the same with receptors. Receptors are very unique. You have to it has to be the right receptor and the right ligand. So if the parking meter only takes a quarter, you can't put a dime in there. It won't work, right? So these receptors, there are receptors there for THC. Now, why do those receptors exist? It must mean that we have a system in our body that actually utilizes some endocannabinoid, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So they act on that receptor outside the cell membrane. It causes some action that goes through into the cell and either antagonizes or agonizes some kind of action, some kind of pharmacologic effect. And so these receptors are part of the endocannabinoid system. And this is where phytocannabinoids act. Phyto meaning plant. So phytocannabinoids are plants, but we have an endocannabinoid system in our body. Now, you can think of it same as opioids, right? We have new receptors, which are endogenous opioids bind to. Well, we have an endocannabinoid system. So we produce in our body cannabinoids that bind to the system. And THC is similar to that. And so it will bind to those receptors as well. And this system is very ancient and evolutionarily conserved. So it must serve a very important role. It's millions of years old. If you trace it back through all the different species, it's found in all vertebrates. It's located throughout our entire body. It's active in utero and throughout our lives. So it must have an important regulatory function in our body. It's all involved in a number of different processes. I listed them here. It's involved in neural development, immune function, inflammatory processes, appetite. You know, the people who smoke get the munchies. It has something to do with appetite and metabolism, energy homeostasis. It affects the cardiovascular system. People that smoke get tachycardic. It affects digestion, bone development, bone density, neuroplasticity, pain control, which is why we study it so much. It's involved in the reproduction system. It has something to do with psychiatric diseases, particularly psychosis and schizophrenia. It seems to impair memory for people that smoke it. So it has something to do with memory, as well as sleep-wake cycles and also regulation of stress. So this is sort of a cartoon of what we know. We don't know a whole lot about it. We have two known receptors. They're called the CB1 and CB2 receptors. And so you see that in green and blue there. So those are the receptors that sit on the cell membrane that our endocannabinoids bind to. We know that we have endocannabinoids, and we've identified a couple of them. One is called anandamide, or AEA, and the other is 2-AG. And you can see those at the top there. So these are the endocannabinoids that we in our body produce, and they bind to CB1 and CB2. And then we have, and then there's a system to actually metabolize those, and those are the fatty acid amide hydrolase and monoacetylglycerol lipase. So those are responsible for metabolizing the ligands once they act on the cell membrane. So where do these CB1 and CB2 receptors reside? Well, they reside in different places, and they actually seem to have slightly different processes. So the CB1 receptor has almost 100% amino acid homology with other species. So so evolutionarily, it's very, very well preserved. They find it in mice, they find it in rats, and they find it in almost in all vertebrates. It's mostly located in the neurons of the brain, spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system. And it's also in the endocrine glands, it's in leukocytes, spleen, heart, parts of the reproductive, urinary, and GI tracts. The CB2 receptor is about 50% homologous across all species, and it's concentrated in immune cells. So this is what it kind of looks like. This cartoon's a little complex. I'm not going to go through all of it. But for those of you who are doctors, you are taught in medical school, well, there's a presynaptic membrane and then the postsynaptic membrane. The action potential heads down the presynaptic, releases vesicles into the synaptic cleft. It goes across the synaptic cleft, binds to the postsynaptic membrane, and causes whatever action is going. Well, this endocannabinoid system works in the opposite direction, which in my mind, is absolutely amazing. So actually, the endocannabinoids in our body are actually produced in the postsynaptic membrane and then they're released, go across the synaptic cleft, and actually bind to receptors in the presynaptic membrane and terminal. So and this is what we see. So number one on this cartoon is the formation of the endocannabinoid. It goes out into the synaptic cleft and then goes over to number two, where it binds to the CB1 receptor. And that's where our own endocannabinoids act, as well as THC acts on that same receptor. And then it does a bunch of things inside the cell. It opens and closes calcium and potassium channels, does a bunch of other things, and then causes its action. So just looking at this, you kind of see that if we have things like epinephrine and norepinephrine that are being that go from the presynaptic membrane to the postsynaptic membrane, then somehow the endocannabinoids have some kind of modulating effect on the presynaptic membrane to maybe slow things down a bit. Okay. So our endocannabinoids are this AEA and 2-AG. Those are the two that we know about. There's probably many more. Those are the two best studied. The ones that mimic our endocannabinoids are the ones that we know about. There are many more. The phytocannabinoids, which is THC and CBD. So these are coming from the outside, mimicking actually endocannabinoids that we have in our own body. So the THC actually has affinity for both the CB1 and CB2 receptors, but seems to be more efficacious at the CB1 than CB2. And we don't know exactly how CBD works. But there have been 66 cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids that have been identified. And of course, we've only studied 2 of them. So then once they bind, whether it be an endocannabinoid or THC, then these FAAH and MAGL will then hydrolyze and metabolize these and terminate the action. So now we're talking about, okay, so what happens? So it binds to this membrane, and then it causes all these effects, either antagonizing effects or antagonizing or agonizing effects. They've done studies. The toxicity for THC is actually it's very low toxicity. They took monkeys. This is back in the 60s. They took monkeys and they dosed them up to 900 milligrams per kilogram. And normally we probably absorb maybe 1 milligram per kilogram when we smoke THC. So these are massive doses, and none of the monkeys died. Other than what I'll tell you a little later, there haven't been any fatal cases of THC toxicity known. So it seems to be fairly well tolerated. Neurologically, there are some good things that happen. It seems to be very good at helping people who have different kinds of neurologic spasticity disorders because of this modulating effect on the cells. So that's a good thing. It improves sleep quality. It makes people sleepy, and people sleep well. Those that have sleep apnea, it seems to help them with their sleep as well. There have been studies out there that have indicated that might be helpful in migraine therapy as well. So these are all very good things. It does impair motor function and coordination. So if somebody's operating machinery or they are driving a motor vehicle, this probably is not such a good thing. Also causes drowsiness. Again, if you're in a situation where you need to be alert, this may or may not be a good thing. If you try to get sleep, it may be useful. So that may not be such a positive thing about THC. What about pain management? Well, CBD seems to be very effective in treating chronic pain. It also seems to manage inflammatory processes such as rheumatoid arthritis. So these are all both very good attributes of THC. How about cancer management? Well, it's very good at helping with the pain and discomfort of chemotherapy. It's very useful in managing nausea and vomiting as a result of the chemotherapy or other illnesses. And it also stimulates the appetite. So it's good for anorexia and also in the anorexia that is secondary to chemotherapy. So those are all very good things. What about cardiovascularly? Well, it elevates the heart rate. We're not too sure why, but there's some feedback mechanism that causes tachycardia. There's been no reports of anybody dying from the increased heart rate, but anybody that has advanced cardiovascular disease may be at risk for a myocardial infarction. So I'll put a little question mark by that as to whether that's a good thing about THC or not. Gastrointestinally, it seems to be useful in treating inflammatory bowel diseases, but it does cause a dry mouth. I don't know if that's very useful for anybody. It can cause vomiting, and that's not a good thing. And then there's this new syndrome called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, which has been noticed in young people who smoke marijuana chronically. It causes increased vomiting, dehydration, and abdominal pain. And it seems like the only treatment for it is to take hot showers. In fact, it's so debilitating that people take hot showers to the point that they actually scald their skin. And there have now been 4 reports of young people who have died from this cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. So it's not completely benign. So that's not such a good thing. Reproductively, it seems to decrease fertility. There was a study that came out of my institution, UCI, University of California, Irvine, about 2 months ago, where they took rats while they were adolescents. They administered THC for a period, every day for a period of 2 weeks. They let them grow to maturity, and then they took a look at the number of eggs that they had, and they saw that the number of eggs that these rats had decreased by 50%. So they think that perhaps this may be a problem, that if adolescent girls are smoking THC, that they actually may be destroying the eggs, and the fertility rate may be going down. 2 minutes. Okay, great. Thank you. There was a study that came out in 2018 that also showed that men who smoked marijuana chronically had decreased sperm count. So decreased fertility looks like not such a good thing. Also, it seems to affect pregnancy. We're not too sure about this. People that smoke, a woman that smoked marijuana chronically seem to have low birth weight babies, but we don't know whether it's a result of the smoke or a result of the THC. Psychiatrically, certainly, it seems like cannabis seems to play a role in depression. In this graph, this was out of Belgium. They had 56,000 participants who had cannabis use disorder, and those that had a cannabis use disorder were at much higher risk for unipolar depression than those that didn't. So cannabis may play a role in depression. How about suicide? Well, it looks like this is a report of suicides from the Poison Control Centers. And it looks like each one of these graphs, by color is the year, and then it's by age group. So on the x-axis is age group, and then it's by year in color. And you can see that every year we've been seeing increasing number of suicides that are related to cannabis use. I don't know whether this is a cause and effect or whether it's just coincidental. There are a lot more studies need to be done about this, but it certainly is something to be concerned about. So overall, yeah, there are good things. Treats spasticity, improves sleep, migraines, treats chronic pain, inflammation, good for side effects of chemotherapy, treats nausea and vomiting, helps with anorexia, it treats inflammatory bowel disease. Some things that may be good, maybe bad, it makes people a little bit more impaired in terms of the coordination, causes drowsiness, increases heart rate, and causes a dry mouth. But certainly the stuff that we think is ugly, this cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome is very worrisome, decreasing fertility among young women, decreasing sperm count, the effects on pregnancy, and also this new data on depression and suicide are all things that I think that we should be very, very concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. The next speaker is going to speak on the benefits and adverse events of cannabinoids versus opioids. And this is, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Jason Beeman. Until recently, he was the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at the Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences. Now he's the interim chair in the School of Forensic Sciences at the Oklahoma State University for Health Sciences. He did his Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine at the Oklahoma State University for Health Sciences, followed by internship in family medicine and psychiatry at the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences in Tulsa, followed by residency in family medicine and psychiatry, and then a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at Case Western, Masters of Science in Pharmaceutical Sciences at the University of Florida, Gainesville, followed by a Master of Public Health at Johns Hopkins. Please welcome Dr. Beeman.
Okay, thank you so much. And can you guys hear me okay? Perfect. Thank you for giving me a little bit of your time this morning to talk about really what I think is a very important topic. Okay. And I want to start off with the last presentation. I think was perfect in highlighting kind of a lot of key points for cannabis in the field of medicine. And you'll hear different things. One of the first things you hear a lot of doctors say is, we don't know a lot about it. Well, you just saw, I think we know quite a bit about it, right? You hear people say, well, that hasn't been studied. It actually has been studied. You hear kind of two camps like, oh, it's just all bad or it's all good. And really, it's kind of in between. And I think that we would say pretty similar things about the benefits and risk for ibuprofen, right? Ibuprofen's good, right? It has uses. Well, what about ibuprofen like 400 milligrams, 15 times a day? What about 1,000,000 milligrams of ibuprofen, right? Okay, ibuprofen has some side effects. So what if we switch it to something maybe a little safer? What about water, right? Water can be deadly, right? There have definitely been case reports of water intoxication causing seizures, causing motor vehicle accidents, probably more deaths due to water than to cannabis, right? But I would just encourage you to realize there's really no safe substance that is taken at incredibly large amounts over periods of time. And I think the cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome kind of helps us document that. So I'm not a cannabis expert. I have studied it, I've taught about it, I've lectured about it here in Oklahoma, but really my role is in opioids. And I spend a lot of my time fighting the opioid epidemic here in Oklahoma. I testified against that evil corporation, Johnson & Johnson, when we sued them in Oklahoma. And a lot of times there's intersect between cannabis and the opioid epidemic. And so I'm going to hope to bring a little bit of perspective to you here today. Okay, so in order to do that, you got to know what's going on with the opioid epidemic. Okay, and it's no longer the opioid epidemic. I don't know if you've heard this. It's now the drug overdose epidemic because methamphetamine overdoses have skyrocketed. I'll sum it up. All you need to know is that more people will die today than died yesterday. Today is the absolute worst day of the opioid epidemic until tomorrow. And tomorrow will be the worst day. So out of all of the highlights that you've had to the opioid epidemic over the last decade, it's getting worse, okay? And it's getting worse. And you just saw the suicide slide, and I love that because also suicides are getting worse. And if you add in chronic alcohol disease, those three are all getting worse: overdoses, suicide, and deaths from chronic alcohol disease, and what we call deaths of despair. So what we have in the United States right now is some sort of despair problem where individuals are dying at increased rates despite all of the treatment and public health efforts. So when we talk about opioids, they have different clinical benefits. You might use them for different reasons, right? Pain, cough, diarrhea. And the reason I highlight that is because if we're going to say, okay, maybe cannabis is a safer alternative to opioids. Let's first know why we use opioids. And I think everyone would agree the number one reason is for pain. Now, cough for sure. I think codeine is a very effective treatment for kind of a chronic persistent cough to help someone get over the slump, and then also for diarrhea, right? And like Imodium is a very, very low potency opioid, but in Oklahoma we've had at least 2 deaths from Imodium overdose because people were trying to get high. Do you know how many Imodium you have to take to get euphoria? 90. Okay. Yeah, we've had 2 people who have done that. Okay. At least 2 people. Okay. And so when you look at opioid use over time, something has happened in the United States, right? And from 1930 until 1996, doctors didn't use opioids. If you went to your doctor, you had to get a 3-day prescription, right? Short-term acute pain, or you had cancer. And then in the 1980s, we saw a shift towards palliative care and pain medicine. And, you know, we got to treat people differently. And so that started to open up the reins. At the same time, the pharmaceutical company said, hey, you know what? We're selling an addictive medication. We can make a lot of money here. So the floodgates open, right? And it went from like from cancer pain to just chronic pain. And if you talk to a lot of the pain doctors and anesthesiologists in the early 1990s, we didn't have chronic pain or chronic pain syndrome. We had cancer. We had multiple sclerosis. We had rheumatoid arthritis, and we would treat those pain conditions. But then in like the early 2000s and on, we started having patients with chronic pain syndrome. And I'd go into a room, I'd see a new patient, I'd say, well, I see here you're taking opioids. What is your condition? So, well, I got chronic pain condition. I got chronic pain syndrome. And I say, okay, well, where's your chronic pain at? Well, everywhere. Okay. Well, what causes it? Everything. Okay. And it's like, that's not how we do medicine, right? And then by all the guidelines at the time, based on what this individual is telling me, okay, here's all the opioids, right? Take as much as you want, as much as you need. And you can see we got in some trouble, right? We got in some trouble. Well, let's look at Oklahoma, all right? Just to show you how big the problem was. What if we had 100 people in this room right now? How many bottles would we have of opioids? And in 2011, at the height of the epidemic, if you lived in Harmon County, you would have 241 prescriptions for every 100 people in the county. 241. Okay, these are the top 10 counties. And then you see we've made a lot of progress by 2020. And what I would highlight is in the first category, if you're familiar with Oklahoma, the 2011, what's missing? Tulsa and Oklahoma County. And that's where your cancer doctors are. That's where your board certified pain management doctors are, your rheumatologists are. What on earth is going on in McLean County that they need 204 prescriptions for every 100 people? By 2020, you see that the major metropolitan counties have come back on the top 10 list. And so that represents a more appropriate right sizing of prescription to those individuals that need it. So we've made a lot of progress, and some of it's been regulation, but I think most of it has been doctors realizing that these medications have more risk than benefits, basically, than what we were told. So let's look at the opioid epidemic in real time. Here's the United States in 2003, and wherever you see dark red is an overdose rate greater than 20 per 100,000. Put that in perspective, suicide is a top 10 cause of death with the rate at 14. So anywhere you see dark red, you're probably looking at a top 10 cause of death in that county. Okay. Let's look at 2020. Okay. So when I talk about an epidemic, I'm telling you, people are dying. People are dying. This isn't just lip service. In fact, so many more people are dying that the life expectancy in the United States has gone down. I was born in 1979, and when I was born, let's say I was projected to live 80 years. If you're born today, you're projected to live less than that. Okay, even though look at this incredible medical complex that we've constructed over the last 40 years. And in Tulsa, we have all these huge medical campuses and all these fancy machines. You're more likely to die earlier if you're born today because of the deaths of despair. Let's look at Oklahoma. Here we are. And then here we are today. And I think the most recent numbers would go ahead and fill in the other three counties. Okay, so hopefully I've encouraged you to consider that opioids might be risky. Now, we can't not use them. Absolutely, we need opioids in the practice of medicine. We've just got to be a lot more careful in what we're doing. And so in Oklahoma, especially when the medical marijuana was passed, the question is this the answer to the opioid epidemic? And so we know what's going on with the opioid epidemic. We know why people are using opioids. So let's see if maybe cannabinoids are the answer. Okay, so here's a study from JAMA looking at the use of cannabinoids and other pain treatments among adults with chronic pain in the United States with medical cannabis programs. Okay, and over on the vertical axis, you're going to see self-reported change in cannabis use. Okay, so if we can send individuals to physical therapy, they're going to use less. So physical therapy is a benefit. If you have patients that are saying, like, I want to use cannabis for my pain, okay, but also physical therapy will cause them to use less cannabis. Meditation can be helpful, and then also cognitive behavioral therapy. Okay. So there are some alternatives. This is a really, really good, very robust meta-analysis that looked at all of the different outcomes. Okay, and basically you have whether or not the individual studies, and you see them over there, whether or not they favored cannabis as improving or whether or not they favored cannabis as not improving pain. Okay, and I think you can kind of quickly see that there's an outlier up there. Buggy et al. Really, really favored improvement, but most studies showed that cannabis may improve pain, right? Most studies showed that there, in fact, no studies showed that it didn't, right? Now, this is a huge double-edged sword here. This doesn't provide you all the information that you need clinically. It provides you a lot of information, maybe as a scientist, to say there may be some benefit to pain if you're using cannabis. But to be clinical, we'd have to know, well, what were the pain conditions? What was the milligram, the concentration of THC? What was the frequency, right? Because you just can't say ibuprofen helps pain. You have to tell me how much ibuprofen for how often, and there's different types of pain conditions, right? In broad clinical science, we can separate pain into two categories, central pain and peripheral pain. If I break my arm, the pain signal's coming from down here, right? There are some individuals, and we have pain signals being generated all the time. Right now, as you sit, you're generating a pain signal. And that's why in a few seconds, you're going to shift in your chair. You're going to take pressure off of that foot, off of that leg, off of that hip, because that pain signal was going through. There are some individuals, and whenever you get a pain signal, it goes through the filter in the brain. Okay, and the brain says, here's what's going on. There are some individuals that when that signal hits the brain misinterprets it. And instead of saying, hey, this is low-level discomfort, says this is a fire. Something is going on, this is a fire, right? And so those people experience exaggerated pain, but it has nothing to do with what's going on in their body. It has everything to do with what's going on with their brain. So I think you can imagine that ibuprofen is going to affect those two categories of patients differently, right? If it's peripheral pain, ibuprofen may be a miracle drug. Tylenol may be a miracle drug. If it's central pain, then it's probably not going to help, right? And medications like we would use for depression like SSRIs may be more beneficial for the central pain due to the receptors that you're trying to hit compared to like ibuprofen. It's advancing here, but it's not advancing on the screen. Are we back on speed? Perfect. Thank you. All right, let's get back up to speed. Here is more from that study showing you the different populations so that if you guys have my slides, I wanted you to be able to have that. You can look at the type of pain because you can also look at like musculoskeletal pain versus neuropathic, different conditions. You can look at the formulation and how long they took it. What is not included in the study was the actual concentration of the THC. Okay, so then we have to shift gears and talk about bias in the study of cannabis for the use of medicine, right? And I have to warn you about the bias in any kind of substance that would include euphoria and addiction, right? And we saw with the opioid companies and where they said, you know, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Could you think of anything more powerful as a marketing strategy than getting patients addicted to your product, right? Because then you've got a steady customer base. So be wary of any medicine that is addicting and that causes euphoria or the ability to get high. Even if it has benefits, be wary of that. And so when we look at cannabis, there's a ton of cannabis research coming out right now, but how much of that is funded by individuals who are trying to make money from it, right? Not all of it, not all of it. And there are some really, really good unbiased scientists that are just trying to figure out what is this, because you can't deny that there are some unique properties to cannabis that may help people. So we're studying that. So when we looked at bias in the cannabis studies, 14 of the 20 studies were deemed to have a moderate risk of bias. 4 studies had a high risk of bias, and only 2 studies had a low risk of bias. And there's a very kind of scientific way in the medical literature we measure bias. Does it have this points? Does it have that point? We did a study not related to cannabis, but we did a study looking at risk of bias in just the abstract. And it turns out that abstracts are incredibly full of bias. And also that's what most physicians use to make their medical decision, right? I can't read every single article that's written every single month. I mean, sometimes it's hard to read 10. And you see a really good article, you'll go to the abstract because it has everything you need. It turns out that those are just chock full of the bias of the author, right? Sometimes intentional, sometimes not intentional. We call it spin in psychiatry. Okay, so the conclusion of that big study was the findings of the systematic review and meta-analysis suggest that placebo responses contribute significantly to pain reduction in clinical trials. So placebo effect is huge when it comes to cannabis and pain trials, and that in and of itself needs to be studied more. People have expectations of what cannabis will do for them. So the unusually high media attention surrounding cannabinoid trials with positive reports, irrespective of scientific results, may uphold high expectations and sharp and shape placebo response in future trials. So based on what patients are hearing out in the community, they have expectations, and that expectation may contribute to a placebo effect. I testified before the Oklahoma legislature when we had our medical marijuana bill passed in the referendum, and the guy before me was just I think a therapist within the VA system. And this therapist talked about how bad suicide was and all the suicides he's seen in the VA. And he said, if we could just have marijuana, we will not have any more veteran suicide. Right? But now if you're a veteran and you're hearing about that, you're like, okay, well, marijuana is the key. And so it's a placebo effect because you've heard that there's scientific evidence, but there's not. You just saw the slide where actually there's some concern about the increase in suicide with cannabis. Okay, well, what about cannabis, pain, and opioids? And here's what I would tell you. I know that cannabis is not the magic bullet for pain, because all of my pain management friends have called me for over a decade saying, hey, I've got a patient that I'm prescribing opioids to who's also using cannabis. What do I do? Right? From an addiction perspective, what do I do here? Well, if cannabis was the silver bullet, why were they still going to get the opioids? Right? So people have been using both. People will continue to use both. I don't think that you can replace one with the other. Okay. So we've known that for a long time, that they're not replaceable. So people who had used cannabis in the previous wave of the study, they had subsequent waves, had greater pain interference in the subsequent wave than those who had not used cannabis. Okay. In adjusted models, after controlling for age, gender, previous pain interference, pain factors, and the morphine equivalent dose, prior cannabis use was not independently associated with current pain interference. Okay, that's a big, chock-full sentence saying that some individuals who previously smoked pain or used cannabis for a pain condition may actually not benefit from future pain episodes. But that statement goes away when you adjust for things such as the opioid dose that they're using. Okay. And then what about cannabis and the strength of opioid? And when you look at strength of opioid, just like you can compare a lawnmower to a pickup truck to a tractor based on horsepower, you can compare all opioid doses within 24 hours to each other, right? Even if they're taking multiple different medications. And that's called NME, morphine milligram equivalent. And so this study actually looked at cannabis and the strength of opioids. So maybe it's not going to replace the opioid, but we can get them down on the dose. All of the bad outcomes in opioids happen as your dose goes up. And so this study failed to detect an association between cannabis use and reduced OME and a complete case analysis of the effect. So it's not going to lower the dose. It's not going to lower the dose. And that's one of the most important things. So people are probably going to want to stay on their current dose of opioid and continue to use marijuana. It's not going to reduce it. And then this study here looked at whether or not it was opioid sparing. And the results was we found no evidence of temporal relationship between cannabis use and pain severity or pain interference. No evidence that cannabis use reduced prescribed opioid use or increased rates of opioid discontinuation. The most common reasons for discontinuing cannabis use included side effects, lack of efficacy, access difficulties, and legal concerns. Nonetheless, our data and other population surveys highlight growing community interest in the use of cannabis for pain. So in this study here, they did not find, and this was a 4-year prospective cohort study, they did not find the opioid sparing effects. Okay, and then you got to think about what you're actually doing with pain and with addiction. And these two things interplay. And one of the big hooks that we got from the pharmaceutical companies and opioids was if you have pain, you can't get addicted. right? And if there's physicians in the room, we've been told that with other medications. If you have anxiety, you can't get addicted to benzos. If you have ADHD, you can't get addicted to Adderall. And that's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. There's no scientific evidence or mechanism to support that because the reward center in the brain is the reward center in the brain. And if it causes a dopamine surge in the pleasure center, you can get addicted. Okay. You can get addicted to food. You can get addicted to sex. You can get addicted to TV and whatnot. I think Oklahoma just sued Facebook for getting addicted, right? So to say that if something magical happens when I step on my daughter's Lego at 2 a.m. in the morning and I now have legitimate pain, I can't get addicted to an opioid? No, that's just not true. So when we look at cannabis and opioids for the use of pain, we have to consider the addiction potential because they're two separate issues that may actually feed each other. Perfect. So closing thoughts, cannabis is unlikely to curb the current opioid epidemic. And we know that because we had cannabis when the opioid epidemic started, right? We've had cannabis for centuries. We've had heavy use in the United States since the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And the cannabis is only getting more potent. It's only getting more available. So it's unlikely to curb the opioid epidemic. That is not to say that cannabis doesn't have a public health role. It doesn't have a medical role. I'm saying as someone who works in the opioid epidemic, I treat patients with opioid use disorder. I don't need it, right? It just confounds it. It's not a cure for opioid addiction. As an addiction doctor, I would never want you to replace one addiction with another. I would never want you to replace one substance that causes euphoria with another. I don't say, well, you're addicted to opioids. Here's a 12-pack of beer, right? Here's some Xanax, here's some Adderall. We try not to do that. If you're addicted, one thing we try to do is get you to stop using mind-altering substances and stop this concept that if you have an uncomfortable feeling that you take a chemical to relieve it. And that's addiction 101. Is get individuals to feel okay with being uncomfortable, okay? So it's also unlikely to be a miracle drug or a cure for chronic pain. That's a very complicated picture. Pain is caused by different things. Cannabis may have a role in that for sure. And as I said, it's unlikely to be an effective treatment for opioid addiction. And remember that you can take all of the substances away. There's still going to be people out there that will go outside, stare at the sun, and spin around in circles until they feel different than they do right now. So the question isn't, why is there so much of this substance available? The question is, why do people want to feel different than they do right now? All right, and there's my email address. Feel free to reach out with questions. Thank you very much.
That was an excellent presentation. Both of the presentations this morning have been amazing. It's an honor for me to introduce your next speaker, Mr. Lee Rhodes. He is the Chief Science Officer at the OMMA, where I have the pleasure and opportunity to work with and learn from him every day. I hope you will be able to learn as much from him in this short 30 minutes as possible, but he's always available. If you're local in Oklahoma, we at the OMMA are available to answer any questions that we can. Right now, a couple of the big projects Lee is working on that I want to highlight for everyone. He's overseeing the building and implementation of Oklahoma's first state-run quality assurance lab for cannabis products. He's also advising on a daily basis on policy making on the state and federal level when it comes to cannabis and hemp-derived cannabinoids. There's a lot to say about Lee, but I don't want to cut into his time, so I'm just going to turn it over to him so he can start his presentation. Lee, you ready? I guess.
Switch one. Switch this.
Well, thank you, Andrea, for that introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and tell you a little bit about what we do in my area at the Oklahoma Medical Marijuana Authority. Please bear with me. The farther away from a microscope I get, the farther away I am from my comfort zone. So hopefully this will be beneficial to you. I'm going to go through fairly rapidly some slides that are about OMA in general, but they all impinge upon my particular area with the laboratory. I'm going to highlight that as we go through these. We have a number of general license types, patient licenses, which are relatively inexpensive, particularly compared with other states in the United States. $100 application fee for 100% disabled veterans and people on Medicare or Medicaid. There is a financial consideration made for them as well. We have what's called a caregiver license, where you can possess and distribute marijuana on behalf of someone else. And then, as you can see, we have a number of commercial licenses in the state: growers, processors, dispensaries, commercial transporters. That's a company set up just to distribute marijuana from one licensee to another. Then laboratories, the area that I'm responsible for: waste, research, and education. And we frankly don't have very much in the way of licensee base for research and education. There's currently one research licensee and no education licensees active. Tie that information to those license types to this slide here, and you can see the size of this market within the state. This is data as of last August, but 352,000 citizens of Oklahoma possess a medical marijuana card. Sounds like a lot. Essentially 1/10 of Oklahoma's population. We have 11,000 businesses with licenses, and then roughly 1,400 caregivers who may be, again, as I mentioned, handling, distributing, producing marijuana for a number of patients. So there's a total of 364,000 individual licenses issued. Now that has gone down a little bit year over year, but it's still obviously quite high. One of the things that on this slide I wanted to point out is the second bullet point. Use of medical marijuana is required to be considered equivalent to any other medication. And that sets the basis of the testing portion of what we do. We treat it as a medicine. I want to talk a little bit about compliance, not go into it too much. The first bullet point, we're tasked with conducting up to 2 compliance inspections for each licensed business per year, and that includes laboratories. And when we get to that portion of the presentation, it will become clear why we have to inspect these laboratories at least twice a year. Also, the last bullet point, all licensees, commercial licensees, are required to utilize the state's inventory tracking system. It currently is, that contract belongs to a company called Metrc, METRC. Part of that inventory system is where the results of laboratory testing for each product reside, and whether or not that product is permitted to be sold or transferred based upon its testing status. Here's how medical marijuana flows through the state of Oklahoma. It starts with the grower. The grower has the most options for who they can sell or transfer to: other growers, to a processor, to be converted into medical marijuana products or directly to a dispensary. Processor can only sell or transfer to another processor or a dispensary. A dispensary is the only license type that can actually sell to a medical marijuana patient. But where this testing plays into this is that at every transfer point upstream from the dispensary, if that product is going from one license to another, it has to be tested. So there is a very rigorous testing requirement in place for a product to move from one license type to another. The only thing on this I wanted to bring out, there's a number of packaging and labeling requirements for medical marijuana products for commercial transfer sale. The one I want to note on here the most is that each package has to have THC and terpene potency on the label itself. And I'll be coming back to that subject a little bit later. Well, I won't really go over too much of these. One thing when they do get the opportunity to talk about this is that last bullet point, advertising promotion that would reasonably be expected to induce minors to purchase or consume medical marijuana or medical marijuana products is prohibited. That's not directly related to testing, but as some of the statistics that were presented earlier, particularly in the first presentation, the increase of exposure and incidence is mirrored by what children are getting access to medical marijuana in the home. I put this up there every time I have the opportunity to talk to people that we do have a way for people to report concerns to OMA. It's on our website. There's a business complaint form. People can submit something anonymously. We have an extensive department that monitors these, and it's not at all infrequent that we get a complaint about a laboratory. There's not much in licensing that we need to go into outside of particular to, before you can obtain a medical marijuana testing laboratory license, we will go out and do an on-site inspection just to make sure that from the starting point, you have the equipment, policies and procedures and quality assurance mechanisms in place to at least get started to be able to turn out quality lab results. We'll skip past these. There is a mechanism to verify whether a patient has a valid medical marijuana card. Access the OMA website, omaverifyok.gov, and can plug in that medical marijuana license number, and it will tell you if it's valid or not. What it won't tell you is who that person actually is. So now we'll get into the required laboratory testing. Why test? The two previous discussions this morning talked about benefits, possible negative effects of cannabis, marijuana, medical marijuana. In terms of the therapeutic agents themselves, CBD or Delta-9 THC. And we heard a little bit about the different routes of consumption: smoking, inhaling, ingestion, edibles, topical application. What our testing program is set up to do is not only analyze the concentration of cannabis, marijuana, phytocannabinoids present, we also are concerned with what may be piggybacking on those products that may be harmful to people when they consume these. And we base our rules upon the various types of medicinal, how the delivery of the medicine takes place. For example, and not only just what that compound is itself, but what effect that delivery mechanism may have. And on here, I have the example of microbutanol. That is a pesticide, specifically a fungicide. And think in terms, as I talk about this, that all of these medical marijuana products start out as an agricultural product. So that's used on many products, and there are allowable tolerances for it used in foodstuffs, vegetables that we all consume now. But as was reported earlier, by far and away, the most prevalent way that medical marijuana is consumed is by smoking. And microbutanol, when burned, produces hydrogen cyanide. So we not only have to be concerned with the cannabinoids themselves and what the accuracy of the amount that's there is, but what else might be there and that might be harmful depending upon the way that you consume the medical marijuana. These are the broad categories that we test for. We test for pathogenic microbiological agents, toxins, specifically mycotoxins that are produced by funguses, residual solvents that may be remaining after the manufacturing process has been underway, heavy metals, pesticides, foreign materials and filth, cannabinoid concentration, and terpene concentration. Now, this is not really very different than the testing requirements for food, for other medicines that are produced. Terpenes and cannabinoids obviously are different, but every therapeutic agent, you test for the concentration of that agent in that particular medicinal product. Specifically for microbiological testing, there are known pathogens that are associated with cannabis cultivation, particularly yeast and mold. And there are several species of Aspergillus, very ubiquitous in nature. It's probably all around us right now. But again, when you're ingesting these directly into your lungs, you have no defense mechanism in place to keep that from accessing your system. These can become very dangerous. On the first slide, that I'm particular about this one. On that first slide, if you notice, one of the letters after my name was MT for medical technologist. And I've spent many an hour looking over the shoulder of a pathologist doing surgical growths, and have happened to see aspergillomas in lung tissue. So I've experienced and seen that these can be there and be a problem. Candida albicans is a common yeast pathogen for humans. We also have a category of total yeast and mold that just we do an analysis to see, not specifically, but just how much of those are present. We have a threshold for those. Then certain pathogenic bacteria, again, known to be associated with marijuana, sugar-producing E. coli, Salmonella species, Staph aureus, Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Which ones of these we test for, again, depends upon the type of product, and kind of utilize a risk assessment on whether or not we need to look for these in those products. Mycotoxins, as I mentioned a while ago, are produced by fungus organisms. The thresholds that we utilize, we took from a publication by the USP that has a cannabis expert panel in place. And these were published in a journal article, USP Consideration for Quality Attributes in the Journal of Natural Products. So that we mirrored those recommendations in our rules. This is required for production batches of medical marijuana in Oklahoma. The rationale being that the process of extracting cannabinoids from plant material most likely is going to remove the actual organisms, but the mycotoxins may still remain. So that's why we require testing for mycotoxins at that stage in the production process. Batches that fail mycotoxin cannot be remediated. Therefore, they're not eligible to be sold or transferred or anything else done with them outside of be sent to a waste facility. Residual solvents. The predominant way that THC is extracted from the plant material is through a solvent extraction. And since it's an organic extraction, organic solvents are the ones that are used. These are the ones up here that we test for. Because these are the ones commonly used in the extraction process. Predominantly, butane is the one that is used the most. You will even see products that are identified as what BHO, butane hash oil. The acceptable limits are taken from the FDA guidance document Q3C, which applies to medicinal products. And this particular testing category can be remediated. Somebody sends a sample to the laboratory, they detect above our threshold for one of these, that particular sample fails testing, the licensee can then reprocess it to remove whatever's residually there, resubmit that for testing, and if it's okay, then it can move on down the chain. Heavy metals, we test for the big four heavy metals, what are known as the big four heavy metals: lead, cadmium, arsenic, and mercury. Our limits, again, are based upon published documentation, in this case, the USP 40-NF3 drug substance and excipients levels. And the acceptable limits vary, taken from that document, whether the product is ingested orally, put on topically, or inhaled. This is a particular issue for cannabis, in that cannabis, and in this sense I'm talking about marijuana and hemp, is a known accumulator of heavy metals. And in fact, hemp is being used to clean up Superfund sites now. It is that efficient at removing heavy metals from its environment. So that is why these are required testing. Products cannot be remediated if heavy metals are detected. Pesticides, again, getting back to this marijuana starch is an agricultural product. The beneficial nature of the plant also makes it very amenable to contamination from molds, bacteria, small organisms, mites, insects, that kind of thing. So the farmer uses agents to minimize that. The problem with that is that all acceptable levels for pesticides is controlled by the EPA, and there are no acceptable limits established for marijuana. Consequently, there really can't be any in there. So that's the basis of why these are tested. There's kind of a drawback to that, in that there's no instrument that is capable of detecting all the way down to zero, that there's absolutely none there. So our thresholds are based upon what is statistically you can quantify on a regular routine basis. And as technology improves, or the federal government actually establishes guidelines, we will probably continue to lower those thresholds. Another problem, and this really exists with all of the contaminants that we look for in plant material, but it's especially a problem with pesticides, which is why we require pesticide testing throughout the production chain, all the way down to the final product. When you think about it, every step from the plant downstream concentrates what the material that's in that plant is. As you extract it, you concentrate the THC, all the cannabinoids, and then any contaminant that's in there. So a plant material that may have passed pesticide testing, once it's gone through the extraction process, that level may be too high. So that's why we test that. And our experience has been, even in final products, edibles, cookies, candies, we have detected pesticides. A couple of other things: foreign materials, filth, water activity, moisture content. We look for evidence of inorganic things, glass, metal shavings, that can be there from poor, lackadaisical harvesting and manufacturing processes. We base those upon the American Herbal Products Association's guidelines. Water activity, which is a determination of how much water is available for microbial growth to occur. While we do require testing for microbes, microbes are not ubiquitous. You know, you can run a swab on the palm of your hand and run a swab on your knee and come up with different amounts. That's true in the marijuana plant. So while testing may show that particular sample was fine, there may have been just enough that over time, overgrowth of the microorganisms can occur. So that's why water activity is measured. If the water activity is below a certain level, then it can't support that microbial proliferation. And then moisture content, the basic reason we require that is that tells the consumer that the product was properly cured when it was packaged. And then non-contaminants, but the therapeutic agents themselves, cannabinoid and terpene concentrations. The key thing I want everybody to understand, and I'm sure you probably already know this, total THC concentration determines the value of a product, not whether that product is good for you at that THC concentration or not. That's the patient's concern, but that's not anybody else's concern. They want maximized THC. And that, frankly, is a large problem. There is a safety aspect to the accuracy of THC measurements. As consumers become aware of the effects of THC is dose dependent. So as patients become aware of a certain level of cannabinoid produces an effect that they want, or it doesn't, then they, in essence, they dose themselves. They titrate their own amount that they consume, and therefore minimize any of the side effects as best as they can. Well, if that package isn't properly labeled, they're never going to know. It's going to be no way for them to gauge whether they're getting too much or too little. And the pressure, again, is to put the maximum amount on there that the grower or producer wishes to have, so that they get the most money. And that's actually a problem, because the incentive is for a lab to maximize that THC result. And there are a number of things that a laboratory can do or will do to do that. And then there's the economic aspect. If a marijuana flower is labeled as 25%, but it's really 18%, they're not getting their money's worth. THC content in conjunction with blends of terpenes. I know Dr. Sandbar has a lot of knowledge in this area. Have what's called the entourage effect. Certain combination of THC and terpenes produces a certain effect. And so again, accuracy in the terpene analysis is very important. there's an incentive to bump up the amount of terpenes that may actually be there. And then a new phenomenon, hemp-derived THC analogs are becoming common in the marketplace, both in and of themselves, but they're also making their way into the medical marijuana program. So, and those can be intoxicating. And the way those are manufactured, again, to kind of go back to the idea, it's not just a therapeutic agent itself, but what may be accompanying that as you're consuming it. A lot of these things we don't even really know what are in those products. So we need to know is, for instance, Delta 8, which is an analog. If it's there, you know it didn't get there naturally. So what other side effects or what other harmful effects may be coming from that? Here's an idea of, give you an idea, particularly if you look at the far right column, year-to-date average for the contaminants, heavy metals, pesticides, and microbials. These are the failure rates. And as you can see, they fail not all that frequently. So you can feel pretty good about the quality of the product that's going out there. Microbials fail by far and away the most. Oklahoma is in line with the other states that have marijuana programs and test for these things. So we're seeing a commonality there. So that's kind of reassuring to know that we're not too high or too low. Oh my goodness. Well, then I'm going to talk real fast. Here's an idea of what the marijuana concentration averages are that we see in Oklahoma now. This is flower, not marijuana products. And as you can see, the vast majority is between 15% and 30%. We investigate any of those that are above 35% because that just is not reasonable. And we have uncovered issues in the reporting of those in the past. There are a number of issues, and this is probably what I should spend most of the time talking about. And Oklahoma's not unique. The accuracy of results can vary greatly from lab to lab, particularly true for cannabinoid concentration. And again, the incentive is not necessarily to be accurate, but to give the highest amount that you can. There is a lack of standard or even consensus methodology. This whole field of testing cannabis is still relatively new. And a lot of the consensus bodies that develop and publish methodologies just simply haven't done that yet. Now that's improving, that's changing rapidly, but it's still not there yet. Lab shopping is a major issue because of this variability. The grower's going to go where he can get the highest. And once word gets around that this lab is giving higher results than another one, all the other labs are going to have to do what they can to compete. So what we're doing, we've got in place a quality assurance program, setting standards through a rulemaking process. We recently finished up an exercise in doing that in conjunction with my area and some of the commercial laboratories. We came together to come up with more rigorous standards in the testing process. Those have been signed into rule by the governor. They take effect June 1 of next year. And from the beginning, my area has established interactions with the commercial laboratories. We've held roundtables to try to figure out what our different issues are and how we can address them together. The idea being that if we can level the playing field, then we're not worrying about this lab over here doing something that everybody else is not doing. Just kind of brings a little bit more light onto what's going on in each laboratory. And then recently we've been given the authority to open up our own laboratory, as Adrian mentioned a while ago. That process is underway. We've begun that. We are going to be housed in some laboratory space that Department of Agriculture has, that they've discontinued one laboratory, so we have an established laboratory space. Will produce the ability for us to work with a sister agency, Department of Agriculture, on similar issues. And that's it. We have taken action against several laboratories for their practices. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, testing. So at this time, I ask the speakers to come up to the panel, please. So while we're getting settled in, again, the CLE judicial credit code is 1776 for this session 4.
Have you eaten anything?
You're gonna be online. It's gonna be on camera.
So we're trying to get Dr. Sandbar on the screen here too. So can I sit over right here?
Sorry. That's the
We'll be able to see Sandbar as soon as they turn on their camera.
Dr. Sandbar, can you turn on your camera, please, when you're ready? We have an audience here.
Thank you very much. I'm trying. I apologize. I do not know which, or
You're okay.
W-
There you should see a little camera shaped icon on the bottom left of your screen.
I don't have it. That's the problem.
Do you not have a camera on your laptop?
Have the video on. It's okay. Let me just speak if you don't mind.
Sure, absolutely. If
Yep.
you don't have the video capability, that's just.
So you don't lose any time.
Dr. Sandbar, we can hear you, so please feel free to make your comments.
Well, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep thanks and gratitude to all the wonderful, truly wonderful speakers. I apologize that I cannot be there in person, but my doctors won't let me, so that's my excuse. Yesterday's performance was absolutely phenomenal, and today's it looks even probably as good or better. So thank you so much. And is there anything else, Tony, that you would like me to address specifically?
No, I think we're just starting the panel, so we'd love to have you join us for this second floor panel, Dr. Sandbar. So any questions from the audience for any of the speakers? Yes, please. Can you please microphone?
What is a super fund site?
That is a location where there, an industrial accident, something major's happened where toxic waste has accumulated, and the government steps in to implement remediation processes.
Any questions from the audience here or online? Mary?
Okay, this is from Judge Burton, and she spoke yesterday. She says, I currently do not allow the use of any product containing THC in my MH treatment courts. Are there any medical issues that you would suggest the use of THC for a treatment court participant? Someone who suffers from substance use disorder, lives with a diagnosed mental illness. For instance, I have one participant who suffers from seizures. Should I allow it for him as long as a responsible person has a caregiver license?
I think that might be for me. Can you hear me? Okay, I think there are other treatments out there that would probably be more appropriate and better studied. I think the real problem with marijuana and THC is that we just don't know enough about it. And THC acts on so many different receptors in the body that you get a panoply of effects when you're really only looking for one. I mean, it's really a good area for research to try and find a chemical that will just bind to a particular receptor and cause, help with seizures or whatever. But THC is more of a shotgun effect. You're going to help with the seizures, but also you may have all these other side effects as well. So certainly, I wouldn't recommend it either.
And Dr.
Thank you.
Beeman would.
And she had a follow-up, which you sort of addressed already, but most of my treatment court participants believe that smoking marijuana is the best only method for dealing with stress. How do I dispel that with them in ways that they understand?
So I would say also that I think one of the strongest correlations of negative effects of cannabis is in the psychosis realm. Well established, documented that there is some connection between the use of cannabis and developing psychosis or precipitating a psychosis to someone that's vulnerable to it. As a psychiatrist and a severe mental illness psychiatrist, one of my strongest recommendations for anyone with schizophrenia is to not use marijuana. It's not going to help in any way. It may actually harm. So I would strongly recommend that.
So I actually have a follow-up question for Dr. Beeman regarding the psychosis. So there are claims out there, and I actually reviewed this up to date not too long ago, that the psychosis that's induced by the use of marijuana these days can potentially last up to even a year, and then there's claims that potentially the composition, of the way that they're grown today also affect the potency of the marijuana. Are there any truth to that?
Yeah, I would agree with both of those things. So the first thing is that when we talk about the psychosis that is associated with marijuana, it could be individuals have schizophrenia and they would have it whether they smoked or not, and the cannabis precipitates it earlier. Or it will make it more severe. But there is also this phenomenon of cannabis-induced psychosis where individuals would not have been psychotic had they not used the cannabis. And I think that is highly correlated with the THC concentration. So, the 1960s, peace, love, and rock and roll, where it was like 3 to 5%. We didn't see a lot of it, but I have admitted several people to the crisis hospital in Tulsa with no other risk factor or suggestion for why they're psychotic, except, I use some extract, I use some hash oil, and now I'm psychotic. I had a guy at OSU Medical Center that used marijuana his entire life. He was about 60, 65 years old, used it his entire life, never had a problem, always smoked it. He went to Colorado. This is years ago. He went to Colorado and did an edible that was much, much higher concentration than he had used before. And he was psychotic for the next 3 weeks, couldn't tie his shoes. He had to be in the hospital until that relented. So I do think both of those things are true.
Thank you. Any comments about? Go ahead. Yeah, power and hold.
Oh, thanks. So if the state of Oklahoma is using or approving marijuana as a medication, what's our unit of measure? Because I have patients coming to my office saying, "Oh, I'm using it for anxiety." As a family practitioner, I'm stating that there's much better ways. CBT everything we've talked about so far, but what is our unit of measure for that illicit drug or drug?
It depends a little bit upon what the product is. Now, things such as edibles have to be labeled in terms of how much actual THC is in a serving, and then what the maximum amount of THC is in that package. Otherwise, it's really based upon, and this is true particularly for flower, the reporting unit is in percent. Well, then that requires someone to do a little bit of math to figure out exactly how much THC that they're actually consuming. So that is an area right now that that's kind of the state of the system right now, in that for the most part, outside of edibles, things are, well, not just edibles, but what we call production batches, final products, edibles, beverages, topicals, will list on there what in a typical application or typical serving, the amount of THC there is. That's not true for marijuana flower.
And I just want to add on, as I'm the executive director of the OMMA, and what we are attempting to do right now is kind of put a genie back into a bottle. In 2018, when 788 passed, it exploded, innovation exploded. And we are in a daily position to get into the industry and force them to follow our rules, meaning force them to label the products properly, that the testing labs force them to test properly so that we can trust what's on the label. We're not there yet, though. So my plea to everyone in this room, especially medical professionals, is to do as much research as you can. So when those patients talk to you, you can talk to them about how there are other options. If you're going to use it, though, start with a very low dose. So understand that the dosing you'll see on Oklahoma shelves is far too high for most people. Most people cannot not use, these 50 milligram gummies. That is for very long-term users who just want to get high, or people who are maybe in stages of cancer. And I am not a medical professional, I'm a lawyer. So that's my opinion based on what I've seen in this role. So we need doctors to come in and say, okay, if you're going to use it, use a really low dose, like give some type of advice, hopefully, because right now people are just out there testing things out. And that's how people are ending up in the emergency room, because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're taking. And Oklahoma has allowed, because of the way the law is written, not because of what we've done, but because of the way the law that we are required to implement has done. There are products on our shelves that you wouldn't see in any other medical cannabis state. And it's products that are far too high in THC for just medical purposes, for just the day-to-day anxieties and that kind of thing. So I have a lot more to say about that, but my plea is that we can have a partnership with medical professionals to have these conversations.
Yes.
Are there any public service efforts, like with the ad council, those kinds of advertising in the media, so that lay people can be cautioned in this regard, just across the board?
That's one of our current initiatives, and we get kind of sidetracked by the enforcement efforts because there's so much for us to do. And we're constrained by legislative budget appropriation. So last year we were actually working with a PR firm to implement a wide scale social media push specifically for youth, 13 to 17-year-old, to just let them know what is in those vape cartridges, because there's such an epidemic. Well, I use that word as a lawyer. I'm not using it medically, sorry. So there's a problem with children getting their hands on vapes specifically. So we are working on the part that we can as the regulators. We need partners. We're partnering with some other state agencies, talking to the legislature about appropriating more funding for that education piece. But yeah, we need partners to help us with that part.
Go ahead.
And just a quick follow-up. And I should think that would be a priority and really should come first. So I would really work with all of these people. It's a safety issue, and really it should be a duty of everyone
absolutely
involved.
And I mean, the other side of the safety issues we're dealing with are, 4 people getting killed at a grow facility. We cover all of that. So we prioritize our day to day and week to week based on the resources we have. But absolutely, I agree with you that education is a priority.
Any
May I-
questions from online? Oh, online questions? We'll give the
Yes.
online audience a chance first.
Can you explain a little more about what a caregiver license is, and are there safeguards to ensure that a caregiver is not diverting or reselling?
Do you want to handle that one? Go for it.
Yes, the idea of the creation of a caregiver license is to provide the ability for people who maybe aren't very mobile, who are homebound, to be able to still access medical marijuana. So that's why the creation of that license was put into place. What was the second part of the question?
They asked, are there safeguards to ensure that a caregiver is not diverting or reselling?
Well, to be honest, and not just at the caregiver level, that's clearly an issue for every license type that's out there. We do require the use of medical marijuana to be tracked in that inventory system that I mentioned a while ago. So what you start out with and what you end up with, that's the way we track whether or not that was handled properly or not. But specifically diversion in and of itself is clearly an issue, not just at the caregiver level, but throughout the industry, and for patients as well. That's actually a larger gray cloud over what are patients actually doing with what they're allowed to possess or grow on their own.
Tony, may I ask you a question?
Sure. Go ahead, Dr. Sandbar.
I would like to ask a question of all the speakers. They have not really addressed the Delta 8 and the more potent new. There are many products that are like THC that are now available and are being actually sold. I wonder if each of the speakers might consider talking about the new products and what are we going to do about them. They're certainly much more potent, some of them, and may cause more harm, and yet they are not governed by the THC laws. So Adria would be hopefully addressing some of those issues because they are derived from hemp, and they are not under the same umbrella as the THC.
Yes, Dr. Sandbar, I can start with what we're going to do about it, but I would love to hear from the medical professionals about what you're seeing in the field on these products. Lee mentioned Delta 8, and that's just one of the many analogs that we're seeing. And Lee can talk through the scientific, how these products are being created. But the big picture is that innovation has gotten ahead of regulation over the past several years, especially since the 2018 Farm Bill. It left the Congressional Farm Bill left open this loophole that allowed innovators to come in and take a hemp plant that's less than 0.3% THC by total dry weight, take it and through chemical conversion, either natural chemical conversion or utilizing solvents, and create products that are actually intoxicating. But the loophole is that these products are often not regulated by state regulators, and that's the case in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, our law is written so that the OMMA can only regulate products that are over 0.3% THC by dry weight. I'm kind of simplifying here. There have been some recent articles in the newspaper talking about this. It's finally getting some traction. And the group that we're a part of, the national group, the Cannabis Regulators Association, we recently spent time on Capitol Hill talking with Congress about this specific issue and the need for a federal fix. We need the federal government to come in and fix this. And if they're not going to, the state will take the responsibility and regulate. But what we're seeing, every state across the union that has attempted to either regulate these products or ban these products has been sued. Every single one. They're all tied up in lawsuits because the hemp industry has begun to realize this is not all the hemp industry. So the intoxicating cannabinoid industry has realized this is the only way they're going to make money off of growing hemp. And so they have and I'm probably getting into the politics of it, but they have a financial reason to fight against closing this loophole. But what we're seeing in Oklahoma are products that are literally in gas stations, in CBD stores. They have no age requirement for purchasing. These products mimic and often are more intoxicating than the products you can purchase in a legal dispensary. So it is pervasive across the US. In Oklahoma, we are working on state level regulation for the legislature to run through the legislative session next year. But what we really hope is that the federal government will come in and close that loophole in the Farm Bill. But there's a lot of lobbying going on Capitol Hill, so we're not sure what's going to happen. Lee, take the mic from me. I'm talking too much.
Well, back to the concern about these products, in addition to their intoxicating effects, well, a little bit about that. You will hear people talk about Delta 8 is Delta 9 light. Some people will even say Delta 8 is 70% as intoxicating as Delta 9. But this is dose dependent. So if you had a Delta 9, say gummy, that was at 10 milligrams, a Delta 8 gummy at 13 milligrams does the same thing, will produce the same amount of intoxicating effects. So in essence, you are able to get access to more intoxicating than their counterparts often in the regulated side of medical marijuana. So that's one big issue. Another big issue is the way these are created. Most of these are not naturally in a cannabis plant, or they're only there in such minute quantities, it is simply not feasible to go through the process of extracting and creating a product out of them. So how this actually works with the out of the hemp industry is that CBD serves as the precursor for all of these other compounds. As if we could pull the chemical structures back up, they're very similar, THC and CBD. So if you go through a chemical process, you can convert that CBD into Delta 9, Delta 8, almost any tetrahydrocannabinol that you wish. But to do that, you have to use some extremely toxic chemicals, the solvents, strong acids that if there's no control over their manufacturer, how can you say those aren't still there after that manufacture's done? The other thing that's a particular concern for me, and something that I hope we can get a handle on with our quality assurance laboratory, is that as Dr. Neal mentioned, there are a lot of other constituents in a cannabis plant besides THC. What is being done to those when those are being subjected to concentrated hydrochloric acid, acetic acid, sulfuric acid? What else is being created? So if a product, and it kind of goes back to this gentleman's question earlier, if a product is labeled as 25% Delta 8, what's the other 75% that's created in this manufacturing process? So those are, in addition to the incentives to not regulate this that's out there, this is kind of from our point of view, these are the things that we need to consider so that these are being regulated and that we can again assure the public is safe. There's one product out there that actually the federal government created it back in the 40s. It's called THCO acetate. And if you look, you'll see that's becoming more and more. We see it on the shelves in flea markets here in Oklahoma. That was created by the US government to investigate how to disable enemy combatants. Now, they gave up on it. It turned out it wasn't a very good mechanism at all, but still the idea behind it was that we'll get these people stoned and then they can't fight us. So,
It's like,
So,
well,
my
how about
question for you
Dr.
guys-
Beeman? We only have time for one last comment from Dr. Beeman. and
Yeah,
then we
I
have
would
to
just
take a break.
say real quick that we see this all the time in drug policy. It's called ballooning or even cockroaching, that when you shed light on one area, it spreads out into darker areas. You put your foot down on one part of the balloon, it explodes into a different part. So the more we regulate, the more that regulation gets up with innovation, the more we're going to see analogs.
Good. Thank you, Dr. Mead. So we're out of time. Because I want us to have a 10-minute break before the next session. So please return here at 10:05. Thank you. Didn't mean to cut you guys off, but just want to give you a break. So thank you. Yeah, thank you.
No.
No, I think we're good. Yeah, yeah.
So much. Really effortless.
You're good.
All right, let's get back in session, session number 5. And today we're for session 5, the code is 1812. 1812. 1812. And again, I'm going to repeat myself regarding the CME, CLE, and judicial credit for CME, CLE. Please sign in at the front if you're here in person. And if you're online, no need to do that because your login would constitute sign in. The number again, I'm going to repeat that. Don't worry. 1812. The War of 1812. So. All right. For the next speaker, I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Vinlin, President-elect of the American College of Legal Medicine. Dr. Vinlin works as a medical legal consultant and consulting medical expert for various plaintiff and defense law firms throughout the U.S. He has provided consulting on complex multi-million-dollar litigation matters ranging from medical malpractice and medical liability, product liability to wrongful death cases, and has worked on some of the recent biggest multi-district litigation cases. He's the author of several textbook chapters on medical malpractice, product liability, and medical ethics, with a JD and a health law certificate from the University of Maryland Carey School of Law. His experience also includes pragmatic research and writing in emerging healthcare issues for policy development, both at hospital and national levels. His extensive dynamic background includes work experience at the CDC, FDA, and Johns Hopkins Hospital. He was the chair of the 2023 ACLM 63rd Annual Conference in Orlando, Florida, held in association with the University of Florida, Levine College of Law, and the Australasian College of Legal Medicine. Please welcome my friend and colleague, Dr. Vinlin.
Thanks, Tony. Morning. Thank you, Tony, for that kind introduction. So we're going to talk about cannabinoid product liability and 2023 legal issues this morning for the next half hour or so. I have no financial relationship with entities that grow, produce, promote, market cannabinoids, THC, CBD, or marijuana. And this presentation represents my own views and does not necessarily represent the views of the American College of Legal Medicine. This is our outline today. We'll talk about first the basics of cannabinoids, definition of terms. We'll talk about some relevant legal issues, and then we'll talk about some basic facts about product liability. And as you know, we have a mix of attorneys, judges, medical doctors, nurses in the audience. So bear with me if some of the facts that I will present is a little bit quite basic for your field. For this presentation, I will not talk about the laws pertaining to prescribing medical marijuana. It's outside the scope of this presentation. State regulations on prescribing or recommending medical marijuana, as most of you know, varies by jurisdiction. So please consult your respective state licensing authority. Cannabinoids. Cannabinoids are a class of biologic compounds that bind to cannabinoid receptors in the central nervous system and certain peripheral nerve terminals, such as in the vascular epithelium. Cannabinoids are usually extracted from the Cannabis sativa plant. Again, as all of you know, Of all the known cannabinoids, the most commonly encountered are the tetrahydrocannabinol or THC and the cannabidiol or CBD. THC is the main psychoactive compound of marijuana. THC causes the euphoria or the high that people get from smoking marijuana. Now, in contrast, CBD doesn't cause that high, but it makes the user experience a feeling of well-being or comfort. Epidiolex is the first FDA-approved CBD prescription drug for the treatment of certain seizures. It's an oral solution taken twice daily. Let's talk about some recent legal issues surrounding the use of cannabinoids. So in 2018, the Agricultural Improvement Act, or the 2018 Farm Bill, facilitated the wide-scale cultivation of low THC product by removing hemp from the definition of marijuana in the Controlled Substances Act. So it removed hemp from the CSA. Hemp, as most of you know, is a variety of the cannabis sativa plant. It's used to make ropes, clothes, and food. Hemp has less than 0.3% THC. Thus, hemp-derived CBD is legal in the US. Again, hemp is used for to make ropes, clothes, food, etc. The 2018 Farm Bill explicitly preserved FDA's authority to regulate products containing cannabis or cannabis-derived compounds. Question: is it legal for dietary supplements or foods to contain THC or CBD in the US? FDA has determined that products containing THC or CBD cannot be sold legally as dietary supplements. Food to which THC or CBD has been added cannot be sold in interstate commerce. Now, whether they can be sold legally within a state depends on the state laws, as many of you know. According to the FDA, FDA has concluded that a new regulatory pathway for CBD is needed that balances individuals' desire for access to CBD products with the regulatory oversight needed to manage risk. The agency is prepared to work with Congress on this matter. The FDA's existing foods and dietary supplement authorities provide only limited tools for managing many risks associated with CBD products. Again, according to the FDA, given the available evidence, it is not apparent how CBD products could meet safety standards for dietary supplements or food additives. For example, that means FDA, have not found adequate evidence to determine how much CBD can be consumed and for how long before causing harm. Therefore, we, the FDA, do not intend to pursue rulemaking allowing the use of CBD in dietary supplements or conventional foods. So currently, as of October 2023, FDA's position is that CBD products may not be sold as a dietary supplement. I think I have an error here. Yeah, There is a current bill in Congress called the Hemp and Hemp-Derived CBD Consumer Protection and Market Stabilization Act of 2023. This bill allows the use of hemp, cannabidiol derived from hemp, or any other ingredient derived from hemp in a dietary supplement, provided that the supplement meets the other applicable requirements. The 2022 Medical Marijuana and Cannabidiol Research Expansion Act. It became law in December 2022. It is a federal policy that removed many barriers to cannabis research, and it facilitates trials and development of new FDA-approved drugs that use marijuana or CBD. Since 2018, FDA has approved four that I can find, cannabinoid products as safe and effective. One, as I mentioned earlier, is the Epidiolex. It contains a pure CBD for the treatment of certain seizures. Second, Marinol and Syndros contain a synthetic THC for treatment of anorexia associated with weight loss in AIDS patients. Also for the treatment of nausea and vomiting associated with cancer chemotherapy. The fourth drug is Sesamet. It has a chemical structure similar to THC. It's for the treatment of nausea and vomiting, again associated with cancer chemotherapy. Now let's have a quick overview of product liability for attorneys who work on product liability cases. This is a little bit too basic for you. Please bear with me. So what is product liability? Product liability is a legal doctrine in civil law that gives consumers a right to file suit against a manufacturer who sold a defective product for injuries suffered as a result of the foreseeable use of that product. So the key terms here are defective product and foreseeable use of that product. In product liability law, a product is considered defective when its design, manufacturing process, or warning instructions renders the product unreasonably dangerous to consumers. Design defect. A product has a design defect if the product has an inherent and unreasonably dangerous design, meaning from the beginning, the product was designed with an inherent design defect. Compared to a manufacturing defect may have been designed well and safe, but the finished product departed from its intended design. So you might recall certain lot numbers being recalled for contamination during the manufacturing process. So that's an example of a manufacturing defect. Failure to warn. This is based on the manufacturer's failure to provide consumers adequate warning of risk or dangers of using the product at issue, thus rendering the product in essence defective. Which product can be subject to product liability lawsuits? Any product sold in the marketplace or placed in what we call the stream of commerce can be a subject of product liability lawsuit. Who can be sued in a product liability suit? Any entity responsible for putting the product at issue in the marketplace can be named as defendants in a product liability suit, including, of course, the manufacturer, but also distributors, retailers, pharmacies, trade associations that promoted the product, and in medical product cases, the prescribers and users of the product, like the surgeons.
Now, product liability is based on several theories of liability. So plaintiff attorneys, itemize these theories of liabilities in their complaints. Typically, they try to include all of these in the complaint. Negligence, strict liability, breach of implied warranty, breach of express warranty, misrepresentation, and fraud. Other causes of actions related to product liability include violation of consumer protection laws and deceptive trade practices laws. Negligence. Negligence occurs when a person or entity fails to exercise reasonable prudence or care. That's the basic definition of negligence. Torts 101, negligence is failure to exercise reasonable care or prudence. Like a four leg of a chair or a table, negligence needs 4 elements to stand in court. 1, a legal duty owed by the defendant to the plaintiff. 2, breach of that duty. 3, causation, or what we call the but for the action or omission of the defendant, the plaintiff would not have been injured. And 5, the resulting damages. These are the past and future medical expenses, loss of income, pain and suffering. Next is strict liability. Here, the plaintiff must prove, again, here, the burden of proof is on the plaintiff. The plaintiff will need to prove his or her case. The defendant typically does not need to prove anything, but just to say or show the jury that the plaintiff failed to prove his or her case. In strict liability, the plaintiff must prove that the defendant manufactured or sold the product, that the product was defective when it left the defendant's possession, and then the defect caused harm to the plaintiff. So, unlike in negligence cause of action, in strict liability, the plaintiff does not need to prove any wrongdoing on the part of the defendant manufacturer. As long as the product is defective, then strict liability can be proven. Breach of implied warranty of merchantability. This cause of action or theory arises when the manufacturer sells a product that is not generally fit for the purpose of which similar products are normally used. Breach of implied warranty of fitness for a particular purpose. This arises when the manufacturer sells a product that is not fit for the product's specific purpose. Breach of express warranty. This is based on a guarantee made by the seller that is relied on by the buyer in the form of TV ads, product labels, or statements given during the sale or after the sale of the product. Misrepresentation and fraud. This occurs when a defendant negligently presented relevant facts that are not true about the product, and that these facts were relied upon by the plaintiff. That's misrepresentation. Fraud, in many cases, is a type of misrepresentation where the defendant knowingly or intentionally or even recklessly provided a material statement that is false to induce the plaintiff to use the product. Just like any other lawsuits, defenses, are available for the defendant. In product liability cases, these are the most common defenses raised by the defendants. One, assumptions of risk. You assume the risk by using the product. Two, product misuse, meaning they use the product not as intended or not as directed by the instructions. State of the art, it's a complex legal issue, but it simply means that during the time when the product was manufactured, it is the only available science or technology. Therefore, you cannot hold them liable for any knowledge or technology that was acquired years after the product was manufactured. Statute of limitation and statute of repose. These are deadlines to file a claim. Federal preemption. Again, this is a very complex legal issue. Basically, it's where federal law displaces state law due to the supremacy clause of the US Constitution. It's a complex issue because defendants want to oftentimes argue that, hey, the FDA approved it, so why are you suing me based on state law? Something like that. Now, the next one applies to the clinicians in our audience. It's the learned intermediary doctrine. Here, the medical doctor prescriber or the surgeon, for example, who used the medical device is ultimately held liable in court for injuries of the patient because the medical doctor is the one who knows the specific patient that was injured, so long as the manufacturer gave the doctor, for example, the product label or instructions or information about the product. Here's the product label. Use it as you deem proper. If you get sued, you're on your own. Alternative causation. I typically review medical records for pharmaceutical companies who are sued because of their product. And one of my objective is to find some alternative causation that the product did not cause the injury, but the patient has a family history of cancer, smoked for 30 years, things like that, family history, risk factors. These are easy defenses for product liability cases. Basic, mass tort. Mass tort are civil actions involving numerous plaintiffs versus a defendant, like a product manufacturer. So a lot of my friend doctors ask me, what's an MDL, what's a class action? Basically, multi-district litigations or MDLs are cases in one federal court, one judge. Cases are heard by one judge, but the cases are still tried separately, individually. They do that for efficiency purposes so that both sides can present their cases to one judge and not to multiple judges because, the allegations typically are the same. Whereas in class actions, one or more plaintiffs represent a group of plaintiffs, sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands, under the same cause of action. So there is a group of plaintiffs that represent collectively by a member or members of that group, and any outcome affects the entire group. So going back to cannabidiol, what are foreseeable causes of actions against manufacturers and distributors of cannabis products? Design defect, again, design, not designed. Edible cannabis product might contain dangerously high concentrations of THC. That's a design defect. Manufacturing defect,
a certain batch of the product deviated from the product's specified THC quantity. Failure to warn, a manufacturer failed to warn of certain risk or adverse effects associated with its cannabis products. Let's look at one real case law. Snyder v. Green Roads of Florida LLC case in 2020. Plaintiff Snyder, a citizen of Florida, purchased a 250 milligram version of the defendant's CBD oil through defendant's website for a total purchase price of $43. Plaintiff Terry, a citizen of another state, Ohio, purchased a Relax box through the defendant's website for a total of $104. The Relax box contained CBD gummies, CBD tea, and CBD oil. Each plaintiff claims that he relied on the product labels in making his decision to purchase the product, that the product labels misrepresented the amount of CBD that each product contained, and that as a result, each of the plaintiffs was overcharged for the product used or product they purchased. The complaint alleges in a federal subject matter jurisdiction based on a federal law, so they filed it in federal court. It's based on the Class Action Fairness Act of 2005. Count 1, unjust enrichment by both plaintiffs on behalf of a nationwide class of all purchasers of all of the defendant's products sold throughout the U.S. within the applicable statute of limitations. Count 2, by Snyder on behalf of the Florida subclass of all Florida purchasers of all the defendant's products for a violation of the Florida Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act. So what did the court say? The court opined, plaintiffs do not have standing to assert claims based on the marketing of the products that they did not purchase. Remember, there are hundreds of other plaintiffs in the class. And therefore, the classes described in the complaint are overbroad. The court further stated, plaintiffs simply have not alleged a likelihood of future injury. Why? Because in their complaint, they made it clear that they will not purchase more of the defendant's products so long as the labeling does not meet their standards. Accordingly, plaintiffs lack standing to assert a claim for injunctive relief because they will not buy the product again. Regulatory oversight, and this goes back to our previous slides about the FDA. The court said that the regulatory oversight of CBD ingestible products, including labeling of the product, is currently a subject of rulemaking at the FDA. The FDA recently has concluded a public hearing and instituted an agency task force on CBD regulation. Right now, there's still no rule. They're still trying to create a rule. So how does this lack of FDA rule affect the issue? So a lack of formal FDA rule or regulation governing cannabis products can be a defense of manufacturers against product liability claims. A manufacturer of cannabis product can request and be granted a court stay in a product liability suit pending administrative determination of issues within the agency, in this case, within the FDA. So it's like putting the issue, pausing the issue. So it's a short presentation, but I'd like to thank you for your attention. Again, I'd like to thank Dr. Sandy Sanborn for inviting me in this presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker for today is Dr. Ellie Simicella. She is a clinical assistant professor at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. And her CV is quite impressive. So if you get a chance to look at it, please do. But I'll give a few highlights. Excuse me, highlights. She has a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and Chemical Engineering from UC Berkeley, a Juris Doctorate from the George Washington University Law School, and then her Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine from Touro University, Nevada College of Osteopathic Medicine. She also has a lot of experience with an internship, residency, fellowship, and previous to her medical career, a legal career. So quite impressed already, but I can't wait to hear what she has to say. She's going to talk about clinicians' liability for recommending cannabinoids.
Thank you for that introduction. I'll be discussing the clinician's liability for recommending cannabinoids. I'm based in Reno, Nevada. I have no conflicts of interest, and just as a reminder, this is not legal advice. The lecture does not create an attorney-client relationship. And I just wanted to share a little bit about myself before I start. I'm an avid recycler. And while at Cal, I was in the California Marching Band. And then while at Touro, Nevada, I was in the a cappella and joined the American College of Legal Medicine as a medical student and finished my physical medicine and rehabilitation residency in Houston. The learning objectives for today is to paint the legal landscape of medical cannabis therapy, MCT, describing how to minimize liability with recommending MCT, and then describing next steps to decrease the gray zone in recommending MCT. So first, what does the legal landscape currently look like? Well, let's ask a few questions. Who here thinks botanical cannabis is legal in the United States? So I have one for yes. How about no? Okay, so no, it is not legal based on the Controlled Substance Act. Botanical cannabis is a Schedule I substance having no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. So then, of course, the next question is, can MCT be prescribed? Anyone for yes? And how about no? That's correct. Same reasoning. The Controlled Substance Act does not give you prescriptive authority to prescribe MCT. So then what am I talking about? We see this kind of thing going on all over the internet. What it should be saying is where cannabis is permitted in the United States. And in the United States, the first state to permit MCT was California in 1996. And just recently, in 2023, Kentucky has also permitted marijuana use. That leaves 9 states who have continued to not permit marijuana use in any form. So the question is easy when you're in these white states. MCT is not permitted and it's not legal in the United States. Therefore, it remains not viable solution in those states. But how about in the colored states where federal and state law conflict? We've already talked about prescriptions. They are not legal. So what am I talking about? The title kind of gives it away. We're talking about recommendations. The Ninth Circuit in Conant versus Walters has specifically stated that recommendations of MCT are protected under the First Amendment, but prescriptions, on the other hand, are not protected by the First Amendment and therefore remain illegal under the Controlled Substance Act. So then the question is, what is a medical recommendation? And when does a medical recommendation rise to the level of a prescription? And in those non-9 states that allow some form of MCT and require certifications, when does a certification rise to the level of a prescription, which would then be illegal under the Controlled Substance Act? So I can start talking about all the different cases, all the different policies that really make the legal landscape a mess. But basically, this kind of sums it up. There's the not permissible black area, and then there's the permissible white area, and then there's a whole bunch of gray area. And this gray area really adds to the uncertainty and conflicting legal status of botanical cannabis within the United States, and has created a chilling effect on the physician's willingness to recommend MCT. However, December 2nd, 2022, the Medical Marijuana and Cannabidiol Research Expansion Act of 2022 was signed. And in it, it states, it shall not be a violation of the CSA for a state licensed physician to discuss the currently known potential harms and benefits of marijuana derivatives as a treatment with the patient with capacity or legal decision maker of the physician. So this really emphasizes a safety net for a state licensed physician to provide informed consent based on currently known information to when there's a bona fide physician-patient relationship. So this is what I showed before, kind of the legal landscape before the MMCREA. And this is after. You still have gray area, slightly smaller, and there's a little more white area. The black area definitely did not change. So does that mean that lawyers are now out of a job? I don't really think so, because there's still a lot of gray area there. But what's to note is that physicians did not become a physician to be put in jail. They really are probably risk averse and would like to stay in the white zone. So the next question is how to minimize liability of recommending MCT by staying in that white zone and trying to minimize entering into the gray zone. The first thing is, do not assume that compliance with state law shields you. And this is really based on the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. If state law oversteps federal legislation, case law precedent, or federal policy, abiding by state law alone does not shield a clinician from administrative, criminal, or civil liability. Number 2, again, do not assume that compliance to state law shields you. This cannot be overemphasized enough. The balance of federal and state law is based on the US Constitution. Number 3, know your state law inside and out. So if the state law does not overstep its bounds permitted by federal law and policy, then compliance with state law prevents the DOJ from enforcing crimes under the Controlled Substance Act. And that's based on the Rohrabacher-Blumenauer Amendment, which was first signed into law in 2014 and must be renewed frequently, with the most current renewal good through November 17th, 2023. Number 4, do not delegate. As the MMCRA has specifically shielded a state licensed physician, it deliberately leaves out other prescribers, such as physician assistants and nurse practitioners. That being said, states such as Massachusetts and Pennsylvania allow mid-levels to certify MCT. And again, this is a reminder that following state law is not sufficient to prevent violation of the Controlled Substance Act. So now, should you certify a qualifying medical condition? There are some states like Connecticut that have an explicit list of medical conditions that qualify for MCT certification. In those situations, the physician is not required to certify a qualifying medical condition. However, there are other states like California that have catch-all phrases that allow the physician to determine if the patient has any other chronic or persistent medical symptom that could benefit from MCT. If the physician were to use that catch-all phrase to certify MCT, they would also be certifying the qualifying medical condition. And that, in that case, that could go beyond currently known potential harms and benefits. So this could be in the gray zone. And many physicians would probably avoid this situation. Number 6, avoid dosage and frequency. So dosage and frequency are often included in prescriptions and can definitely tip the tipping point from recommendations to prescriptions. And specifically in the MMCREA, they are limited protection to currently known potential harms and benefits. So specific dosage and frequency would probably not be provided in the safety net in that act. States such as Massachusetts allow the certifying physician to certify a dosage such as 2.5 ounces, 10 ounces, or a different amount. So again, in those situations, you must be careful. And number 7, be cognizant of funding sources. So there are a lot of federal funding sources for medicine, such as the Indian Health Services, the VA, Medicare, TRICARE, Medicaid. So for example, let's talk about Medicare and Medicaid. When a physician bills Medicare or Medicaid, they must certify that they are in compliance with federal and state law pursuant to the False Claims Act. If in fact they make that certification and are not in compliance, they are in violation of the False Claims Act and could result in administrative and criminal penalties. And how about the VA? The VA has passed a policy called the VHA Directive 1315, which has recently been updated July 28, 2023, which is after the MMCREA was signed, and does not allow any VA physician to recommend or complete forms for marijuana programs. The only time a VA physician is permitted to discuss MCT is if the veteran specifically requests the information or if the veteran reports use of marijuana. So this really gives the veteran incentive to go outside of the VA. And my question is, does the MMCREA and the First Amendment trump the VHA directive? I would argue that it does. And then this also is part of the gray zone as well. Informed consent is key. The MMCREA specifically permits the discussion of currently known potential harms and benefits, which is a large part of informed consent. Proper informed consent is also a defense to civil liability, such as product liability and medical malpractice. And telemedicine for MCT is often in the gray zone. And this is because it often has a weak physician-patient relationship, especially if the sole purpose of the telemedicine consultation is for MCT certification. For this reason, the risk-averse physician should avoid telemedicine altogether. But if they do use telemedicine to certify MCT, I would recommend limiting consultation to states of medical licensure. Even though the MMCREA does not require this, it does show a stronger patient-physician relationship, and ensure that the situs of the patient during the consultation is where the state is in the state where the patient is also trying to obtain MCT certification. And finally, number 10 is really to be a physician. And what does that mean? Overall, to minimize the pitfalls of MCT certification within a divided United States, the following major recommendations hinge on the basic duties of the physician to provide appropriate medical care and to obtain informed consent in the confines of federal and state law. First, stay in the realm of medicine. For example, physicians should not assess whether the patient is a resident of the state. That's a legal decision. However, the physician can be expected to report any information if they have reason to believe that the patient is not a resident of the state. B, create a strong physician-patient relationship. This was highly discussed in Conant versus Walters, as well as specifically stated in the MMCREA. And this can be done by providing appropriate medical care. This includes a thorough medical evaluation, including relevant clinical history, a physical exam, and diagnosis. The physician-patient relationship is easier to establish if the physician had seen the patient in person at an earlier date, and or if the physician provided care to the patient previously for medical reasons beyond MCT certification. And C, providing ongoing oversight and monitoring of the treatment agreement, including reviewing effectiveness and ongoing need of the treatment, managing side effects of treatment, and reviewing the PDMP where available. Maintain accurate and complete medical documentation that outlines the medical evaluation, discussion supporting informed and shared decision-making, the medical recommendation, the treatment agreement, and the ongoing oversight of the treatment agreement. E, refrain from certifying for yourself or family members, and avoid conflicts of interest such as financial or other incentives from dispensary or cultivation centers. So, what are the next steps to decreasing the chilling effect of the gray zone? First, encourage discourse like we're doing today. B, support high quality research on the efficacy, side effects, and alternatives of MCT. And finally, improve legal clarity by continuing to advocate with our legislature to pass effective laws that support evidence-based medicine. And you can send any questions by email or LinkedIn. And I have these resources.
Testing. Thank you, Dr. Ciamitella, and also Dr. Vinland for the very practical advice on clinician liability in the use of these substances. So now we have all the speakers. I think there's a lot of the speakers in the room. In addition to Dr. Ciamitella and Dr. Vinland, I would like to invite all speakers who've spoken in this symposium here to have the opportunity to be at the front here to answer any questions from the audience. So please join us if you would like to. Speakers from other sessions may join. And can you check if Dr. Sandbar would like to join as well? Please, Tyler. Okay, how is Sandy joining? Okay. So we're just waiting for a few seconds just for Dr. Sandy Sandbar to join us as well. Meanwhile, we can start the session and he'll jump in. Any questions for the I know we just spoke about liabilities, but any questions for any of the speakers? Yes.
If you fact that THC marijuana is a Schedule 1 limit research.
Can you please press the microphone? Yeah. Power and hold.
Not working.
Is working now.
Does the fact that marijuana is a Schedule 1 drug limit research?
Who would like to take that question?
I will. Yes. Yes, the University of Mississippi has a license from the DEA to conduct research on cannabis. Historically, they are the only university that was allowed to do it. The DEA announced that they would give out 15 more across the US recently, and we're kind of just waiting to see who gets those so that there can be more research done. There's a lot of research done internationally and in Europe, but of course here that's not really helpful for physicians.
That's also why the MMCRA was passed. It was to allow increased access to research grade THC. They found that that was the holding block, which that's why only one place was allowed previously. But it's a brand new law, less than 1 year old. And I'm not sure that anyone has even gone through with that.
And very quickly, the 2022, I don't want to mispronounce it, Medical Marijuana and Cannabidiol Research Expansion Act, that actually promotes further research for marijuana.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Tom.
So the inability to prescribe a specific dose of marijuana prescription due to federal regulations, is that a big hurdle for state medical, like a lot of issues in dosage, the way that the medical laws, is that a big part of it? Is because you're legally not allowed to pass those regulations?
Yes. Again, yes, but whenever Dr. Simicello was giving her presentation, I kind of grimaced at the fact that I was asking all the physicians in the room to help us with that dosage and communication with patients. And then she said, no, don't do that. So take her advice because she's the professional and knows what she, knows the legal and the medical side. But it made me think, okay, so what do we do? Because we have so many patients in Oklahoma that have no idea what dosage to take, what type to take, how to take it. And there's just not an easy answer because I know from a regulatory standpoint, we need physicians working with us and working with patients, but I don't know the easy answer to that.
Dr. Sandbar, are you on?
Just to go towards that dosage, like giving numbers is definitely like a prescription, but I would imagine you could probably say start with the lowest.
So are you suggesting don't have a complete prescription then, but just have some elements of it? Like
Recommendation would be good.
Okay, it's all right.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry about that. No, we're here. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I left because they don't.
Sandy, we can hear you. We can see you too, but can we project it? He's actually on camera now. Hang on a second. Let's get him on. He looks good. Okay, we have a lot of time, so this is good. There you go. Sandy, we can see you. We just lost audio from you though.
I think it was disabled because he was.
Oh. Oh, okay, good. All right, Dr. Sandbar, do you have any questions? We're in our last panel discussion with all the speakers here at the panel. Oh, he's on mute now. Now he's on mute. Oh, okay. You can.
Yes, can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
All right. Again, what a fabulous morning with all these wonderful speakers. And I apologize for the lighting. It's not the very best. So let's open it for discussion. And there was a lot that was said about product liability in the early part of the morning. So I hope there'll be a lot of questions and answers and comments. Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us, Sandy. So the gentleman, I think, was asking a question. Yeah. Can you speak into microphone? Power, hold, speak. Yeah.
What is the rest of the world doing about marijuana? Just
Anyone want to take that question?
Have you heard of Amsterdam? That's a joking answer. I'm sorry. I don't know. So do you have any insight? There are research-based studies out there, medical studies out there from Europe and from Canada. But I couldn't tell you just overall what they're doing. It's a mix. Do you have anything?
Well, just to add to that, interestingly enough, Israel seems to be quite advanced in research regarding marijuana and medicinal uses. I don't have any specific information just that I can rattle off the top of my head. Just in my reviewing what's being done elsewhere, they appear to stand out in research for uses of marijuana.
In many Asian countries, the use of marijuana remains as a taboo. More so, the prescription of medical marijuana is not even in the picture. It's illegal.
And if I may add, there has been quite a bit done in Canada. Canada is also quite ahead and trying to catch up with Israel. Lee is very right that Israel is probably very prominent, but Canada is trying to catch up with it.
Okay, thanks. So, Dr. Franczak? Press power, hold, speak.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hi.
Never allowed our doctors
To prescribe marijuana.
did do, however, was we issued a statement that
A particular disease or illness, which was recognized by the state to allow the use of marijuana. So we just basically certified that a patient had a particular disease, let's say like multiple sclerosis was one of those on the list. And then that entitled them to then go to a dispensary and get marijuana. We never really gave them any recommendations, as to how much they were to use. It was, I assumed it was up to them and the people at the dispensary. But now that we have ad lib clinic or dispensaries now where anybody can walk in and buy it, doesn't that just make the entire question moot? We don't need to have a physician to prescribe marijuana for anything.
Anyone like to respond to that, or Dr. Kelly?
Depends on the jurisdiction.
Yeah, so in the state of California, recreational marijuana is illegal, except that physicians can continue to recommend marijuana. You can't prescribe marijuana because that would be a violation of your DEA license, but you can recommend marijuana. The reason that it continues is because a person who has a recommendation can carry more marijuana on their person and can grow more marijuana plants in their home if they have a recommendation versus recreation.
We're going to shift to, we have a lot of time, so don't worry. We're going to shift to some online questions. Mary, please.
Okay, we have a question in regard to in Oklahoma specifically, the patient relationship, physician-patient relationship necessity when recommending. You want to take that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So what type of patient-physician relationship there is in Oklahoma State when there's prescription, is that correct? Or recommendation?
When recommending. You want me to do it? Okay. So the way that it was written in the state question that the people of Oklahoma voted into law, I just like to remind people that if you're from Oklahoma and you voted yes, this is what happened. So it was very, very sparse, no qualifying conditions. The physician just has to be board certified in Oklahoma. There's a lot of telemedicine. I don't think that there are a lot of bona fide patient relationships, physician-patient relationships in Oklahoma when it comes to these recommendations. So the sparse nature of the law kind of kicked it off and exploded the number of patients quickly. So our medical program is different than others. In Illinois, there was a list of qualifying conditions, as the doctor stated, and most, if not all states with medical programs, medical cannabis programs have qualifying conditions. We were not set up that way, and the legislature hasn't had the appetite to create qualifying conditions or create more stringent requirements around that patient physician relationship. And part of it is just the philosophy of how it was set up was kind of the most free market experiment in how to legalize the use intrastate for medical cannabis. And so we're living through this experiment basically together.
Mary, any more questions or? So next question.
Yes, I have one from Judge Burton again, and this was from this morning, but she asked, with respect to THC in the system, we've been told for years that we should give our chronic THC users 30 days to consistently test negative in treatment courts. But with the higher potency levels these days, should we be giving them more time? I don't know if any of you-
Pharmacokinetics, pharmacology, Dr.
yes,
Kelly.
so, actually, I don't know if we know the exact answer to that. What we do know is that the more adipose tissue a person has, the longer they'll test positive. Whether certainly increased concentrations will mean that more will be taken up in the fatty tissues, but I don't know if we can make any definitive recommendations.
Any other comments? Okay, here, I think we have a question in the gray area from a family physician working at the VA. Is that correct? I thought your hand was raised. Yes. Can you press the button and speak to it?
So
Can you speak up a little bit, please? We can hear you.
I'm a primary care physician. Just want to add to the question. And if patient keep coming back positive after 3 months, we have to do more counseling with the patient to, and that we cannot keep prescribing opiate from the VA if they keep having their urine drug test positive for the marijuana.
So my understanding is that, for instance, in the VA, that is, let's say, in a state where it's permissible to prescribe or recommend medical marijuana, and you have an opioid contract with the patient where it says or specifies that in order for the patient to be using the opioid or allowed to use the opioids, they are not allowed to use marijuana, and their urine drug screen test keeps coming up positive. What are the so in terms of physician liability, if you discontinue their opioids, is there liability? If you continue to have them on opioid, it's not liability. I think is that where you're getting at?
sorry, that was the question I asked earlier. And then one more question for the doctors who recommend patient can take marijuana for their underlying problem, PTSD or anxiety, whatever. So those doctors, do they check State Department record to make sure that the patient is not on opiate from any other provider? Because I have a lot of veterans, they say that, oh, I have a license to take marijuana from whatever pharmacy they get it. So they have the doctor prescription, or not the prescription, the recommendations. But I was wondering that, do they check their State Department record that the patient is getting opiate from VA?
No.
I don't think so.
Anyone want to address? I think there's multiple part questions.
Yeah. Well, maybe I can address the first one. So if I understand the question correctly, you're asking if somebody has been taking smoking marijuana and then they have to abstain because they now are on opioids. You're serially biologically testing their urine and it continues to come back positive. What do you do after 30 days or 45 days? Well, I would think that, now that we understand the pharmacokinetics of THC, that builds up as they smoke it, it builds up in the fat tissue. And then once they stop, it'll start coming out, they'll continue to test positive. You may want to do a quantitative test. And over time, if you see that the THC continues to drop, then you can say, well, no, really, according to the pharmacokinetics, it's coming out of the fat tissue and they're not continuing to abuse marijuana. 30 days, 45 days, those are arbitrary time limits. It all depends on the patient's body habitus. And but if you can see that it's consistently coming down, you can be fairly confident that maybe they're not smoking.
We do the quantitative test too. And patient have the urine drug test showing that the level is going down after 3-4 months. And after like 6 months, patient has urine drug test positive, keep coming back again. So then I was asking my admin that what I'm supposed to do. Should I just abruptly stop opiate or or give more time to the patient? They say if you abruptly stop opiate, they will go through the withdrawal and they will have more patient complaints. So talk to the patient and make mutual decision. But that's the hardest part. Patient can never, they would never want to come off of the opiate, and also they keep using marijuana intermittently. So that is the biggest challenge in the VA system.
Yeah, I think these opioid contracts are very, very difficult. In my practice, we have these pain management physicians that handle that sort of thing, and they signed a contract up front that they won't abuse any other substances while they're on the opioids and whatever medications are being prescribed. But it can be very difficult when you're encounter a situation where they come back with a positive urine drug screen. What do? Discharge them from your practice and have them go through withdrawal? Certainly, say discharge them and having them find another pain management physician, it's very difficult. It can take up to 6 months. So I sympathize with your dilemma. There's no really any good answer to that.
Tony, if I may.
Yeah, Dr. Sandberg, go ahead.
Like to talk about that effect. A couple of months ago, in the Journal of the Oklahoma State Medical Association, an article of mine was published, which reviewed all the available systematic reviews on the effect of cannabis and really it's an extensive work that's done by other people. I think that Jason earlier today mentioned something about those articles, but this what it comes out to, if I may answer the question slightly differently from my very good friend Rick, I think that what came out of that study, some of the studies, is that number one, if you use cannabinoids, there is a chance that you would have an effect on chronic pain, which is similar to Tylenol or aspirin. So it's a very really small effect, but it is definite and it is clear. Number two, they reported on the use of both combination medications, and the reason for using that is primarily to reduce the amount of opioids that are used. And sure enough, according to those studies, and there aren't that many of them, but according to those studies, the use of cannabinoids, if you are using them on someone that is taking, say, a high dosage of opioids, and you want to reduce the chance of them dying from an overdose, or certainly it may not be as effective, the addition of cannabinoids is something that you would consider as a drug in addition to, say, other ibuprofen or Tylenol or what have you. So the approach that and I commend to you, I think the article is in the book that I compiled on cannabinoids and was given to you all. I think the article is there, but it is in Oklahoma State Medical. So now the one thing that I'd like to recommend to you is that follow the recommendations of the November 22 recommendations of the government CDC guidelines, where they tell you that if you don't use opioids until it's a very last resort. Now, if you're going to use, and then the other thing that is recommended is don't use opioids alone. These are recommendations by the CDC. So in answer to the, I think, excellent question by the lady, I would not be afraid of having the combination used as long as you use it for a purpose. If you are using it because a combination might reduce the amount of opioids that they might take and reduce the overdose, that's a decision that the physician would have to take, but don't be afraid of it. Combining the drug, I would look at it, if I may put it in proper perspective from liability issues, if someone does not use a drug that is less effective than opioids before using opioids, there may be a problem with liability. Why did you not use this? Why did you not use that? And you went only to opioids. So I would, now we don't have any liability issues, but I assure you those will come up in the future. So my recommendation to you is that do not, 75% of the people in the United States have or are using cannabinoids of some sort. So chances are you are going to see positive results in the urine, no matter what you do. And in this case that you mentioned, where opioids, I do not appreciate the thinking of a contract for opioids means denying the use of other drugs that may be helpful. So that's the only time I rarely differ with my co-lecturer, Richard. I invite doctors to use combinations that are safe under supervision of the doctor, that would reduce the amount of opioids used, that would reduce the hazards of overdose and death. So, and I think that this is one way to look at these important drugs. Don't look at them as just aspirin only, Tylenol, cannabinoids, opioids. Try to combine them in the way that is recommended by the CDC, and be sure that you supervise very, very carefully. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sandberg, for that's an excellent comment, because I think, for instance, I'm an oncologist, so I write a lot of opioid prescriptions. I've been doing this for 20 years, more than 20 years. Feel very comfortable with it, and mechanistically, I can't see why if you're doing it correctly, clinically, just with any drug-drug interaction, why you can't have a combination of cannabinoids or THC with the opioids. But I think the question here also may have to do with legality. And I was wondering if Dr. Chamicella would, with your experience in law and now a physician as well, with this gray area, and I suspect that, let's say in the VA setting, in a federal setting, in a state where it is legal, but perhaps the combination in an opioid and marijuana are not permissible or not, or you can't have one with, you need to have one to the exclusion of the other, probably because it's based on legality and whether that imputes liability if you were to ignore it.
So I see a couple things, and first is the pain contract, which is not legally a contract, but it's an agreement between the patient and the physician. And you stated that it's included in the agreement that the patient is not to use marijuana. So that's an issue there, because if you're not sticking with your agreement, then there's no bite to that agreement, and you might as well just erase that. So if you were to do it, you should probably amend the agreement to not include that. And then the second thing is you're in the VA system, and the VA is obviously not following the MMCREA. They're following the VHA directive 1315, which I wasn't reading the whole thing in terms of opioid use, but I can surmise if you're not allowed to sign a certification or discuss it unless specifically requested, they might have something in there about prescribing opioids when you're using marijuana. So I can't give you the exact answer because I don't remember what the 9 pages says in terms of opioids, but I would look into the VHA directive 1315 and see if they mention anything in terms of that.
Now, we also have to mention that that when you have a patient that is going to have marijuana, you have a separate agreement from the opioids. So you really have 2 agreements. And I think that Dr. Elia, if I may call her, she is absolutely right. You don't want to have an agreement that limits drugs. Avoid it if you and don't put the marijuana in there if you want to use it in the future with the opioids. But you have to use it before opioids. And let me put it in perspective. So a patient comes to me and I give them various treatments with non-opioids first, but I do not give them marijuana. And I'm talking about CBD primarily. By the way, when I'm using treatment, it's CBD with minimal amounts of THC, not enough to cause a psychedelic play. Here you are going to give them CBD, and to potentiate the effect of the CBD by THC, you use a very small amount of that, and you really need to be a learned person about how to use it without making people, without causing overdose and death. So here, in this regard, we can identify what is going to be used. So let me give you an example of a hypothetical malpractice case. A patient came to me, and I gave them, I tried for pain, for chronic pain, and I tried all the appropriate drugs that I used, NSAID, and I used all kinds of treatments, but it was really severe, and I needed some more. And I do not use the narcotic, but I give them a narcotic, and the patient dies from overdose. I could be sued for failure to use a less hazardous substance like opioid, like marijuana, CBD, but because I did not use that, I may be sued for failure to use a drug that does not cause ever any deaths directly from the drug versus using a drug like opioids that has a lot of hazards. So I could be sued for failure to use. But then I want to talk about Tony's point is very important. In patients that we see, cancer patients and others that really need them, the doctors that are treating cancer pain and acute pain and other pains, they really get some benefits from the CBD primarily and some THC with it. And in recommending, for those of you that wish to recommend the drug use, please do not use THC. start with CBD, start with the lowest dose of CBD, and increase to maybe about 30 or so milligrams per day, or 50. And then you may want to add a little bit of THC to it. So we want to follow recommendations like Adria and Lee and would mentioned. We really want to be careful when we give the THC, but don't be afraid of using the CBD, which is non-psychedelic.
Thank you, Dr. Sandbar. So I think we have some more online questions lined up.
We do, and this is a clinical question. I didn't see or hear much mention of anxiety as an endpoint to any of the cannabis studies. I have significant difficulty with patients being very resistant to even discussing stopping the use of cannabis because they feel it's the only thing that helps their anxiety. They wanted to know if anyone has any thoughts regarding cannabis use and anxiety. Do you think it could be increasing more patients' anxiety? And any suggestions or thoughts on how to approach this with patients to help them understand why abstaining from cannabis may be of benefit for them?
So what I'd like to say is that, first of all, we'll open it for, certainly the speakers, but if anyone in the audience with experience, please chime in too.
Yeah, I think that the problem with using THC to treat anxiety is that for some people it works just fine. For other people, it actually makes them more anxious. And that has to do with how it binds to the receptors. It is just a shotgun approach where it's bind. Usually the endocannabinoids will act very locally right at the synaptic cleft. So if it wants to achieve some sort of modulating effect, it acts at one place, right? You smoke marijuana, that THC goes to every single receptor in the body. And then, you don't know what's going to happen. So yes, for some people, they'll become much more relaxed, more talkative, maybe a little drowsy. For other people, they become, much more anxious and paranoid. And how can you predict that? It's completely unpredictable. So I think in terms of anxiety, I don't think that's a very good drug at all. And if somebody's on it and it's working for them, certainly you'd want to make sure they don't take higher doses of it and maybe try and find some alternative.
So what would you tell them? They kind of asking, they understand that if when they tell a patient, this is making you anxious and it's making it worse, then they become more anxious when they try and suggest that they get off of it or stop using or modulate it. So what would you say to this practitioner? What are they going to tell their patient?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we give the best advice that we can, but every patient is autonomous and can make decisions for themselves. We tell them what we think is best, but certainly being under the care of a psychiatrist may actually help so that they can tease out what the issues are and maybe find a more appropriate medication for them.
Yeah, what I'm hearing from Dr. Kelly is to consider, psychiatrists, psychologists, and then alternatives, being that THC cannabinoids may not be the best for anxiety, indication wise, is what I'm hearing. Next question.
Okay. Can someone discuss the use of marijuana in the adolescent individual?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Anyone want to do that?
Ms. What was the
Dr. Sandbar,
Dr. Sandbar, would you be willing to discuss the use of marijuana in an adolescence?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. In adolescence, I think it was mentioned yesterday very clearly that if the drug is used, cannabinoids, during the period when the brain is not mature, and that means the period until age 26. Do not use those drugs. Please do not use those drugs. They're dangerous for this group. I think Adria can address that very well, and I would avoid that. It can cause psychosis, but more importantly, it can cause permanent changes in the synapses in the brain that would last a lifetime. So I would think in adolescence, unless it is absolutely necessary, you're talking about a patient with cancer and you're going to treat them, that's a different situation. But to give them, to recommend them at below age 26, I think that is a no-no as far as I'm concerned.
And
Adrian?
Dr. Sandbar, do you mean specifically THC containing or CBD as well?
I beg your pardon?
Do you mean THC containing
But,
therapies, or are you okay with CBD for youth?
both are a no-no. We avoid both. of
Both
them.
or no? Okay.
And THC. Yes, both of them, because the CBD does act to some degree on the CB1. It acts like THC. The only difference is that it inhibits the THC and tries to regulate the effect of the THC. And the CBD attaches to the side of the receptor. It does not act like the THC directly on the CB1, but the CBD kind of tempers the psychedelic effects of THC. That's why they use the CBD first and then add the THC, and enough so that it does not cause the psychedelic effect. So that's really, but as far as young people, I think they should avoid cannabis no matter what it is, whether it's CBD, THC, or anything. I think that's dangerous. I think you mentioned that, Adriana, yesterday, if I may recall.
Yesterday, somebody definitely mentioned it, but I mentioned seeing that in Oklahoma, we've seen, we've heard a lot from school districts who see middle schoolers and high schoolers with vapes, often vape pens with marijuana or the hemp-derived cannabinoids. So we just have an uphill battle to keep them out of the youth's hands in Oklahoma. But there are also groups. The reason I asked about CBD is there are groups in Oklahoma that advocate for the use of CBD for children with seizure disorders or autism. There are a few different groups of parents that believe CBD use is beneficial for their children. So I'm not sure if they have, I'm not sure what the medical oversight is or if there's research on those things.
So, Dr. Franzak, our neurosurgeon, effects on the brain.
I have a question.
Oh, he has a question.
Quantify marijuana use in terms of dosing. We're talking about using marijuana 8%, 9%, but in terms of the total dose, 10 milligrams 3 times a day, that would suggest, or 3 gummies twice a day, or half a joint 4 times a day. How do we quantify? Because unless we can quantify, I don't think we can study it. And since nobody is manufacturing pills that have a certain number of milligrams, I imagine the drug company can't make marijuana pills because it's against federal law, correct?
Well, there is Marinol.
Yeah.
Marinol is synthetic THC, and that's legal.
If we wanted to study regular THC, nobody's going to make that pill, right? So we have no idea how to quantify this. We're all talking about side effects and this and that, but we really don't know. I mean, if you got a good quality marijuana, you can go crazy, or you can be getting some grass off the guy in the street corner and not even get high. I think that's the problem here. We need to quantify to be able to figure out how much of the dose we're getting. And then I think we can make more sense of things, but we run into this dichotomy between that's telling us we can, but the state's telling us we can, and nobody in between is willing to, try to study this thing effectively, except you said Mississippi or somebody. I think if we can quantify it and standardize the dosages, we have to go somewhere else. Maybe the Mexican FCA can help us with figuring out regulation. But our entities are touch it, right? They're probably hands off if it's illegal. But unless we can resolve it somehow, like
Well, I think you have an excellent point because we talk about concentration, right? So back in the day when we were teenagers, the concentration of THC in marijuana was 3, 4, 5%, and now they've bred it so that it's 30%. But you're right. I mean, that is only the concentration. What we need to know is something like milligrams per kilogram or micrograms per kilogram or whatever it might be, and then that would make it. So getting back to the point that Sandy was making earlier, that maybe there is some benefit for people to be taking some derivative, either CBD or THC, but until we can actually measure. I mean, what do we say? Go down to your local pharmacist, dispensary and get a joint, but you don't know if that's 30%, 3%. Do you roll a big joint, a small joint? You're right. It needs to be quantified in a way that we can say you need to take 3 milligrams. And if it's too much, you can say, okay, let's back you down to 2 milligrams. But we're not in that position at all. We'll say, they'll buy something and we don't know it's 15% or 30%. Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is the route of administration. Okay, are you gonna shoot it up your nose? Are you gonna inhale it? Are you gonna inject it IV? I just recognize that's a new way to go with it, or to take it orally. If we standardize the dosage schedule, instead of inhaling it, to put it in a pill form, so that we can then have a constant intake or uptake, whatever. Then we can begin to study it, but all of these different ways of taking it, if it's a short acting thing, you have to quantify it and then probably also standardize the route of administration.
So do we have time for me to comment?
Yeah, we have time. Go ahead.
With regard to what we call in Oklahoma medical marijuana products, think in terms of, everybody's probably heard of gummies. But candies, lozenges, there are lozenges that are prepared and sold now. And as I mentioned earlier, those have to be packaged with how much THC is in each serving. So that's addressing that point. What we don't have is a correlation between this amount of THC produces this amount of effect. So at that point, it's a little bit hard to dose. But what you would end up doing, as everybody said, start low and then get to the point you want to. Can't really do that directly with flower, which is the predominant way that marijuana is consumed. You actually could if you knew all the parameters that went into it. Because in essence, to create the percentage, you have to know the actual mass of what you tested, what you entered into test, and then out of that, how much of that mass was actually THC. So the whole testing process gives you that information. That in turn is then converted to a percentage. So you would have to know how much actual mass of THC is in this joint, and then calculate back from that how much actual THC would I ingest. So we would need to do something similar to that if the medicinal delivery was via smoking marijuana. That information is actually on a certificate of analysis now for somebody to actually go and look and see what that is. Whether anybody does it or not, I really don't know. And then we come back to the other problem, which I babbled too much about before I got to this. The fact that the value of that product now exists on the highest THC possible. And so the customer demanding, I want this to be labeled as high as it possibly can be, which it may not really be that. There's a lot of ways to manipulate that result so that it appears higher than it is. That's where we are trying to squeeze that down so that you can believe that what's on that label is really there. That's also kind of the problem that you have with research in terms of researching, particularly on marijuana flower. Regardless of whether somebody is manipulating the results or not, the variability that exists within one single marijuana plant does not really give you that precision that probably you need for actual research on that particular problem. That, for instance, it's kind of the rule of thumb. Within a regular normal marijuana plant grown under normal conditions, you may have as much as a 15 to 20% difference between one flower bud and another on that one plant. So what happens is when somebody creates their batch, they pull all that together, pull out, there's sampling schemes, but you pull out different portions of that batch, mix that all together. So what actually is on a label is kind of the average of what's in that actual batch. But it may not be, it may be sold in different pieces and you may not get exactly that. Yes, sir.
I was thinking of is not to be using leaves and seeds, but to extract THC as a chemical compound, pure THC, and then using that in tablet or whatever kind of form. You know, now we've got extended release. So if you've got chronic pain patients, you can give them an extended release, but not to be dealing with the, like I say, the stems and seeds, but to use the pure THC to put that in a pill, quantitate it, figure out what dosage curves, LD50s, all of those things, and then do it that way. Because right now we, you know, whether the plants that George makes are better than the plants that Bill makes,
right?
We're never going to get anywhere with that. We need to extract that drug, put it in a dose, and give it to people and test it.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little perspective just based on what I know is going on in the United States right now. There are new programs where students are learning. There's, for example, a master's degree in cannabis therapeutics at University of Maryland, Baltimore. Someone who works for us at OMA has that degree. And so there are these young people coming up who are thinking like you're thinking. These things are coming. The innovation is there. It's just somebody putting it together. People are studying the endocannabinoid system more than ever to understand how much of what you're talking about, perhaps a concentrate, is needed to attack. I'm not a doctor, to work with the specific receptors. So I believe the research is happening. I think that people are out there in the US doing this right now, and you guys might know more than I do. So I think it's coming, but it's way overdue. It's long overdue.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe to put a nice label on it, put in there the use of artificial intelligence with marijuana. And now everybody will be reading about it.
And thank you, Dr. Franczak, for your comments. Point well taken. Last question from the audience here, Dr. McDowell.
Tony, I have a question, please.
Can we let Dr. McDowell speak first? She's been raising her hand, Sandy. Give us 1 minute.
Can't see that.
Yeah.
Just quickly. I mean, I think it's been such an interesting meeting and discussion, and just thank everyone for all of this. And having not been familiar at all with the situation here in Oklahoma, it's just been so enlightening to me and disturbing, I will say. But, you know, I am reminded of the phrase, ready, fire, aim. And it seems to me that that's what's happening with this, and also reminded of the tobacco industry and the huge price we have paid and are still paying from letting commercial corporate folks lead us down the garden path, and then find out that neither the patients who were being, you know, kind of prescribed cigarettes by pictures of doctors on magazines, and doctors who are, we heard a tiny bit about the learned intermediary role that doctors play in this, which is to me a very, very important one. But neither patients nor doctors, nor the providers, the growers, the distributors, we're all ignorant of what we're doing, and human beings are suffering harm. My question is the legislature here in Oklahoma and everywhere receiving the evidence that we have all been talking about this entire weekend, so that someone is going to say, hold on, we have to do our protective role of our constituents and act here. Because people are just making this up as they go along, and it's very bad for everyone concerned, it seems to me.
Oh, man, absolutely. You are preaching my message. So the legislature in Oklahoma has been slow in getting on board with adding more to the law around our medical cannabis program. Last year was a year that they did add more regulations, but what they're focused on right now is so much on the enforcement side because our licensing was so relaxed. We have far too much marijuana product in Oklahoma, and the supply demand is imbalanced. So the legislature has been laser focused on enforcement and not as willing to listen to the stories about how much we need beefed up regulation on the patient side, the patient safety side, the education side. So it's just a matter of getting to the right legislators who have the right power to actually do things. Get things done.
And the research that's needed, obviously, this all has to be researched scientifically because folks are not, this is not informed consent. Well, none of us are informed about the risks involved and the benefits. Obviously, they're both.
Well, I hope that this next legislative session in Oklahoma specifically, we see much more of the conversation around that. Last year it started, but the community that helped get our law passed here is very loud and persuasive, and they just invade on the Capitol. So there has to be the balance of the other side saying, no, we're not, this isn't reefer madness. We just know that there's some guardrails needed, and it just has to be a balanced conversation. There's a book by Dr. Peter Grinspoon called Seeing Through the Smoke. If any of you haven't read it, he's a doctor that specializes in cannabis. Do you guys know him? No. Okay. So I read his book and it was perfect because it talks about how, I'm sorry, I'll wrap up in a minute, Tony, sorry. It talks about how in cannabis, there are the people who will tell you that it's perfect, it's God's plant, and there's nothing it could ever do wrong. And then there's the other side who says it's illegal, it's bad, don't do it. And we live in this world with cannabis every day of these two extremes. And we're very slowly moving to the middle where we're like, okay, no, it's legal in most states. We have got to research it. We have got to regulate it properly, but it's taking so long to get to the middle because people are staying on these really entrenched on their two sides.
So we're at the last 8 minutes of a conference, but I can't help but to see that we still have 44 participants online. So that's pretty amazing. So Dr. Sandberg, go ahead. You were going to say something.
Thank you, Tony. This is also addressed to primarily the director of Oklahoma Medical Marijuana Authority, as Adria. My question is, well, before the question, in November of 2023. The Consolidation Appropriation Act, Consolidated Appropriation Act was signed, and in June of this year it became effective, which affects all doctors all individuals who have an DEA license. People now, as of June, all physicians, before they can renew the DEA license, they must take 8 hours of education in opioid, not one like we had before, and that's mandatory. And my question to the director is, are you planning, or what do you think about having a course for physicians? This is the first time we have a course to try and educate people about about the marijuana primarily. So what do you think should be done? And address it to both Lee and the director. What do you think should be done to educate the physicians, and should there be mandatory education?
Yes, I'll make a quick answer and then give it to Lee, but we have been on the path of creating CMEs. Getting them signed off by the OSMA is obviously, a hurdle, but I think we'll get there. We've been having the conversation. The legislature last year, there was a bill that was going to require cannabis CMEs for positions in Oklahoma, and it didn't make it past the finish line, or it was vetoed. I don't remember, but that we are working independently within OMMA to work with physicians that will work with us to help us create this education portion for medical professionals.
Excuse me. Yes, that's the case. And in fact, the OMMA employee that Adrian mentioned a little bit ago with the masters in marijuana, will be working with me directly. And one of the things that we will, I've been kind of sticking my toe in that realm for a little bit now, but one of the things she and I will do together, start to put that together and come up with a more formal program. Fortunately, there are other people that are looking at this issue as well. I don't know if any of y'all are familiar with the organization ASTM, the Association of Standards and Standard Testing and Measurement, has come up with a guideline for what the body of knowledge for clinicians should be educated in. So we'll use that as our model. So we don't have to think it up or dream it up. We've already got kind of a roadmap we can go. We just have to be able to fill in the content. And so that's the direction we're going to be taking. So we should see some progress next year when we're together at this time. Hopefully that's a fully operational program.
And as the meeting conference comes to a close, since we have Dr. Sandbar, online and on candid camera, Dr. Sandbar, would you like to have the honor of making the closing comments and remarks?
Well, this has been an exceptionally excellent performance by all the speakers. I'm so grateful to each and every one of them, and I hope to be in contact with them as well. I want to congratulate them for taking the time to, this is given freely, and people are not getting any remuneration for this or paid any money. They're doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. For that, I truly appreciate your help in teaching, and in particularly the areas where we really need to inform all the doctors and other medical professionals how to use drugs appropriately and to the benefit of the physicians. So to all those who participated, and not only the speakers and the moderators, but also people who helped us, like Mary Kelly, like Suzanne Buchauer, like Tyler Sandbar, and several others from the university. I cannot tell you how grateful I am for their kindness and giving us their wisdom. Thank you all. You are most appreciated.
And thank you, Dr. Sandbar. Just one more thing, 1492 for this session, 1492 for the CLE. And with that, we shall adjourn. Thank you. Safe travels. Do you want more?
It's 1812.
Oh,
1812.
oh, sorry. 1812. Sorry, that was the other one. Cheat sheets. 1812. Yeah, just do it. 1812.
Nice to meet you. Very interesting.
1812, right? I repeat, 1812, last session.
Be careful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, everyone.